Chapter 41. I want to fight him, too. At the arena. It didn't take long to reach the dueling grounds, but I was genuinely surprised by the sheer number of people who had gathered. Lara noticed my reaction and laughed. Why do you look so surprised? This is a fight between two elite students. Of course, it would draw a crowd. I even see some Abyss students here. I said nothing and turned my focus to the arena. Two figures stood in the center of the ring. One had long blonde hair and a bandage over his nose. The other had black hair tied back and a pale complexion. Before I could think further, Lara muttered beside me. I hope Fry Starlight gets humiliated. Her words caught my attention. Do you hate him that much? Lara placed a finger on her chin, thinking. Hate? Not really. We don't even know each other. But I don't like his type. You know the rumors about him. He's definitely a bad person. Don't you think? I shook my head. I don't judge people based on rumors. I returned my focus to the duel. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I have no right to say anything. Lara shrugged. I suppose you're right. At that moment, the duel officially began. The arena fell silent. I sharpened my senses, listening in on their conversation. It was clear that Fry Starlight was provoking his opponent. A moment later, the wind gathered around Ferrith's blade before he unleashed a swift wind slash. He's strong, Lara exclaimed. But my focus wasn't on the attack. It was on him. A strike like that? I could block it with one hand. What truly surprised me was how fast Fry Starlight moved to evade it. He wasn't even serious, yet I could barely track his movements. Ferrith launched more wind slashes, but none landed. I wonder, who's faster? If I were in that ring, would I be able to move as fast as him? Without realizing it, I found myself comparing my speed to his. Then, Fry suddenly stopped and raised 3 fingers. 3 moves. That's all I'll need. That was all he said. Ferrith snapped. Blinded by rage, he unleashed a storm of wind slashes in every direction. You bastard! All you do is run. Then I'll destroy everything. His attacks devastated the entire arena. A foolish move, it drained his aura far too quickly. But he didn't stop. Meanwhile, Fry started vanishing and reappearing, repeating the process in a continuous sequence. A hazy black aura cloaked his body. Even with my enhanced perception, I could barely keep up. Like a shadow, he closed the distance between them. 10 meters. 5 meters.
1 Meter.
Then Ferrith finally stopped. No, he was forced to stop. In the ruined battlefield, 2 figures stood in the center. Shock spread across Ferrith's face. The cold tip of Frey's sword was pressed gently against his throat. A thin line of blood trickled down. He didn't even understand how Fry had appeared in front of him so suddenly. Fry smirked and pulled back his sword. That's one. Then he stepped back a few paces. Shall we continue? Give me your best, my friend. I was beginning to understand. Frey's constant taunts had worked. Ferrith was consumed by rage. You bastard! Ferrith charged, his sword wreathed in sharp winds. But Fry blocked effortlessly. At first glance, the dark aura on Frey's blade seemed weaker than Ferrith's raging storm. But only a fool would believe that. Even from here, I could feel the sheer intensity of that darkness. Lara, watching beside me, commented. Looks like Ferrith has the advantage. Couldn't help but chuckle. Do you really think so? She frowned. Am I wrong? You don't understand, Lara. This is like watching a child fight an adult. And as if to prove my point, Fry got serious. Even from here, I could hear his laughter. His words cut through the chaos. Oh, Ferrith, you poor thing. Let me show you how it's done. Suddenly, Ferrith found himself retreating. Frey's attacks came from impossible angles, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Even I couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. What kind of technique is that? Bruises and cuts began accumulating on Ferrith's body. Fry was deliberately withdrawing his aura at the last second, striking with only the blunt force of his blade. He was dragging this fight out on purpose. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? Frey's blade slammed into Ferrith's face, leaving a dark bruise. He continued his merciless assault, targeting every single opening. Didn't you say you'd bury me? The audience, once cheering, now sat in stunned silence. They were witnessing calculated cruelty. And finally, Frey delivered a precise strike to Ferrith's hand, sending his sword flying. Once again, Ferrith Earlet found the tip of Frey's sword pressing against his throat. Frey smirked as he withdrew his blade and took a step back. The second time, Frey remained in place, striking his sword against the ground. Pick up your sword, Ferrith Earlet, and know this, the third time will be the last. Ferrith's arms trembled. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The opponent he once believed to be beneath him was now toying with him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist, summoning his sword back with the force of the wind. A vibrant green aura surged around him, fiercer than ever, as he let out a furious roar. Remember this, Frey. You're the one who asked for it. The air itself seemed to shift. In mere moments, a colossal storm formed around Ferrith, its violent winds spiraling at an alarming speed. The sheer force of it engulfed the entire arena, forcing Frey Starlight to leap high into the sky. I instantly understood what Ferrith was doing. This wasn't just an attack. It was a finishing move, a final strike meant to end everything. Seeing Frey in midair, Ferrith's lips curled into a crazed grin. Let's see how you dodge this now. His sword gleamed with a brilliant light, serving as the core of the howling storm surrounding him. The hurricane's rotational force condensed, concentrating entirely around his blade before he launched himself toward Frey. This is the end. It was powerful, undeniably so. I had to acknowledge that. Yet, my focus remained solely on Frey. Because despite the impending attack, he wasn't afraid. He just laughed. Who said I was going to dodge, you fool? With those words, Frey gripped his sword tightly and began to spin. I heard him whisper something under his breath, though the words were barely audible. 10,000 steps of the shadow, black meteor. And then, defying all logic, he accelerated. It was as if he had pushed off the air itself, launching forward like a streaking black comet. The dark projectile ripped through the hurricane in an instant, shredding everything in its path until his sword finally met Ferrith's. A thunderous explosion erupted upon impact, shattering the storm and sending a powerful shockwave through the battlefield. Dust and debris clouded the arena, obscuring everything from view. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, holding their breath as they waited for the dust to settle, waiting to see who remained standing. And when the air finally cleared, a lone figure stood tall at the center of the battlefield. Jet-black hair swayed gently in the aftermath. Meanwhile, Ferrith lay motionless near the edge of the arena, thrown outside the barrier. Frey Starlight stood amidst the wreckage, his voice carrying through the silence. The third time, at that moment, Chupo Moting stepped forward, his voice steady as he declared, "The winner, Frey Starlight." He had won, without taking a single hit. The crowd remained frozen. Even Lara, standing beside me, was too stunned to speak. But me, without realizing it, I had clenched my fist. Maybe coming to the temple hadn't been a waste of time after all. I set my sights on Frey Starlight. I want to fight him. Character profiles. Lara Croft A7. Class, Archer.
Rank, D.
Ferrith Earlet B7. Class, Swordsman.
Rank, D.
Chapter 42. Elite Beasts. Frey Starlight POV. I kicked a stray rock out of my path as I made my way out of the arena, hands tucked into my pockets. From behind, Chupo Moting spoke without even glancing my way. "Where do you think you're going, Frey Starlight?" I turned toward the dark-skinned man. "I'm leaving. The match is over. Isn't it?" Chupo Moting smirked, his thick lips curling as he declared, "You won the match, sure, but we're far from finished." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Before I could finish, A thunderous impact cut me off as two figures leaped from the crowd. One was a towering man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, a massive spear slung across his back. The other was even bulkier, his frame surpassing the first. Gray-haired, rugged, and with steely gray eyes, he carried no weapons. His body itself was a weapon. Both landed before me in a flash, shouting in unison, "That was an amazing fight. Face me next. You're incredible. Fight me." I let out a sigh, dragging a hand down my face. Shit. It seemed neither of them had noticed the other until now. They turned to face each other, their expressions darkening. "Wait your turn, stupid. I was here first." "What the hell are you talking about, you damn bastard? I jumped in before you." First, they crashed into the arena. Now, they were arguing like nothing had happened. I could already feel the headache coming on. Of course, I recognized them. Two of the main characters. And not just any characters. Two of the most insane ones I had ever written now stood before me. Ragna Cloud, B3. Danzo Smasher, B4. Chupomoting seemed unbothered by the chaos. A strange staff appeared in his hands, and with a single tap against the ground, the arena began restoring itself before our eyes. "You can fight once I'm done fixing the arena. Until then, make up your minds." Hearing that, Ragna grabbed his massive spear. "You heard me, you bastard. Get out of my way and leave the arena." A vein bulged on Danzo's forehead as his fists ignited with a bright white aura. "Son of a bitch. Why don't you make me leave, then?" Neither of them would back down. At this point, I knew I had to turn this to my advantage. I clapped my hands, drawing their attention. "I've got a great idea to settle this, guys." Both turned toward me with a look that screamed, "If you say something stupid, you're dead." Ignoring their death glares, I pointed at them. "Why don't you fight each other? Then I'll take on the winner first. Fair enough, right?" My suggestion seemed reasonable enough as Ragna took a step back. "The handsome guy is right. Let's do it, bastard. I don't mind cracking a few more skulls today." Danzo cracked his knuckles before assuming a stance. "You talk big for a eunuch swinging a weapon bigger than himself. Let's see if your fists match your words." These lunatics were about to tear each other apart without a second thought. I knew this would happen, so I quietly walked away. "Leave me out of this nonsense." Reaching the tunnel leading out of the arena, I leaned against the wall. At the very least, they'll put on a good show. At that moment, Chupomoting finished his work, and a new barrier replaced the old one. Everything moved at an insane pace as a match announcement flashed on the giant screen, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Ragna Cloud vs. Danzo Smasher Arena 2. Ragna grinned wickedly, tapping his spear against his shoulder. "Oi, I don't want a kiddie match. Let's make this a real fight. Everything on the line." Danzo nodded. "Same here. I'll be using my fists anyway, so it makes no difference to me." Chupomoting sighed. "Fine. Same rules as before. If I see anything out of line, I'll step in. Consider yourselves warned." With a tap of his staff, he vanished. "Begin." Danzo's feet dug into the ground as he readied to launch himself forward. Every muscle in his body tensed, pouring a torrent of power into his charge. He was about to explode toward Ragna, but the latter's movement stopped him cold. I tried to process what had just happened. The distance between them was at least 10 meters. Ragna's spear was barely over 2 meters long. Yet somehow, the tip of his spear had erased the distance, appearing right in front of Danzo's face in a deadly thrust. Danzo wasn't an easy target. At the last moment, he halted his charge, blocking the spearhead with the back of his bare hand. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, showcasing the sheer force behind their attacks. Deflecting the spear, Danzo dashed in, trying to close the gap, only to find Ragna had already repositioned himself at a distance. "What the hell is going on?" Danzo snarled as dozens of spear thrusts rained toward him simultaneously. His hands blurred as he deflected them at breakneck speed, his movements leaving afterimages in their wake. Just how far does this bastard's range even go? Frustration flashed across Danzo's face as he struggled to grasp what was happening. His opponent stood far away, yet his spear erased all distance in an instant. Ragna chuckled, watching him struggle. What's wrong? Where's all that confidence from before? Or is it as non-existent as your manhood? Danzo grit his teeth before shifting his stance. You think you're the only one who can attack from a distance, coward? A hazy aura gathered around his fist as he punched the air. A shockwave blasted forward, slicing through the arena toward Ragna. The spearman didn't dare underestimate it, using his spear to block the attack. The force pushed him back several steps. There's more where that came from. Danzo grinned as he unleashed a barrage of air-shattering punches, each one sending devastating shockwaves flying toward Ragna. The spearman barely managed to deflect most of them, dodging the rest, only to find Danzo right in front of him. Gotcha! Seeing Danzo's blazing fist hurtling toward his face, Ragna thrust his spear at his opponent's chest. He likely expected Danzo to retreat, but to his shock, Danzo didn't even flinch. No way! My strike is aimed at his heart. Does he want to die? In the end, Danzo's monstrous punch slammed into Ragna's face, twisting his head at an unnatural angle, nearly snapping it off. But in exchange, Ragna's spear had pierced through Danzo's chest. A trickle of blood ran down the corner of Ragna's mouth, but he had endured Danzo's attack. He thought he had won, until reality proved him wrong. His spear had barely pierced a few centimeters into Danzo's thick flesh. Worse, it was now stuck. Danzo let out a booming laugh as both his fists ignited with a blinding, destructive aura. Did you really think an attack like that would pierce me? Danzo launched a relentless flurry of punches at Ragna. Only now did he realize his opponent was no ordinary foe. But even with that realization, panic never once crossed Ragna's face. Instead, he laughed. Then, in an instant, he vanished, reappearing several meters away from Danzo. Looks like I underestimated you. Ragna twirled his spear before driving it into the ground. Let's see how you deal with this, then. The moment his spear struck the earth, a strange circular pattern appeared beneath it. At the same time, an identical pattern formed beneath Danzo's feet. Then, a barrage of spears erupted from the ground, impaling Danzo with brutal force. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the incoming spears one by one, but he had no idea what was happening. Ragna's abilities were a mystery in themselves. As the relentless assault continued, Danzo leaped high into the air, trying to create some distance. But the moment he did, he realized his mistake. Ragna's spear, glowing ominously, was now engulfed in a dark blue aura. A wicked grin stretched across Ragna's face as veins bulged along his grip. Then he hurled the spear with terrifying speed. Let's see you block this. The sheer force behind the attack was overwhelming. I could feel it even from where I stood. Danzo, fully aware of the impending danger, knew he had no choice but to counter with everything he had. Clenching his teeth, he pulled his fist back, and in that instant, 3 additional arms of blinding white energy sprouted beside his real one. All 4 fists moved as one, launching a devastating counterattack. Sky-shattering fist, wave of light. The massive spear collided with the 4 blazing fists. The impact unleashed a shockwave that slammed into the arena's barrier, shaking the entire battlefield. I frowned as I felt the raw power from both sides. This strike, it wasn't any weaker than the black meteor I used to bring down Ferrith before. As expected from the main characters, they were monsters, and these 2 in particular were bound to reach the top ranks of the Victoriad. With a sigh, I turned away. Time to leave. I already knew how this battle would end. Danzo crashed down, enveloped in a white aura. Yet he remained steady, landing on his feet. Some spectators flinched as drops of blood splattered onto the ground. A deep gash, over 40 centimeters long, ran down Danzo's right arm, spilling blood freely. The sight of torn flesh was gruesome, enough to make some onlookers turn away. But Danzo? He merely glanced at his wound with an indifferent frown, as if it were nothing. On the other side, Ragnar's spear returned to his hand. Though he bore no visible injuries, the amount of aura he had expended in his last attack was significant. Tightening his grip on his spear, he pointed it at Danzo. "What's wrong? Can't fight anymore?" Danzo's response? He casually swung his injured arm, flinging blood across the arena in a sickening display. Then he clenched his fist. His skin tightened, forcing the wound to close. He grinned, and then he charged forward. "Enough talk. Bring it on, bastard." "As you wish." Ragnar hurled his spear, but Danzo dodged, surging ahead. Both had reached their limits. Neither intended to drag this out any longer. As Danzo closed in, Ragnar's spear snapped back into his grasp. He stabbed forward dozens of times in an instant, but Danzo, using only the back of his hand and sheer toughness, knocked aside every strike. Then, breaking through Ragnar's defense, Danzo launched a flying punch. "You're mine. In your dreams." Ragnar stabbed the ground beneath them. Another wave of spears erupted. Son of a... Danzo, now weakened, couldn't avoid them all. Spears tore through his body, leaving fresh wounds as more blood painted the battlefield. But he refused to stop. His fist crashed into Ragnar's face, sending him flying. Ragnar barely managed to plant his spear into the ground, stopping himself just before he was sent out of bounds, leaving a trail of blood behind him. At this point, many could no longer bear to watch. This was no longer a training match. This was a real battle. Ignoring the searing pain, the two warriors charged at each other once more. Ragnar used his ability to erase distance again, thrusting his spear straight at Danzo. But Danzo had adapted. He dodged effortlessly. Then, pulling his fist back at an impossible angle, he launched another punch straight for Ragnar's face. "Fall for me." A decisive blow. Danzo's fist struck true, but Ragnar didn't go down. Instead, he laughed. "You really love aiming for the face, huh, bastard?" And that's when everyone realized. Ragnar's face was glowing with a radiant blue light. After fighting for so long, he had picked up on Danzo's pattern. He always targeted the face. So, at the last second, Ragnar had redirected all his remaining aura into his head to absorb the impact. It wasn't a perfect defense, his broken nose proved that, but it was enough to launch a counterattack. Try some of your own medicine, and go to hell. With terrifying speed, Ragnar thrust his spear straight at Danzo's face. Gasps filled the arena. Some had already imagined the gruesome sight of Danzo's skull being pierced through. But reality wasn't that simple. Ragnar's eyes widened in shock. Danzo had caught the spear between his teeth. His bloodied grin stretched wide as sparks flew from the friction between his teeth and the sharp blade. "The one going to hell is you." Danzo's fist came crashing down again. But this time, a second spear materialized in Ragnar's hand, blocking the blow. Even so, the sheer force sent him staggering back. The two warriors stood apart, breathing heavily. Then, their lips curled into matching grins. "Show me what you've got. Come at me." They were about to clash again. But suddenly, a sharp tapping sound echoed across the arena. "That's enough." Green flames erupted, wrapping around both fighters, freezing them in place. At the center of the ring, Chupomoding stood, arms folded behind his back. "What the hell do you think you're doing, bastard? Let me go, you damn black man." Sighing at their defiance, Chupomoding tightened the flames, forcing cries of pain from both of them. "If I let you two continue, you'd kill each other. The match is over. The result, a draw." His voice echoed through the arena. It made sense. Ragnar Claude was ranked third in Class B. Danzo Smasher was fourth. They were equals. This battle had far surpassed my one-sided fight against Ferrith earlier. Everyone watching was left stunned. After a few moments, Ragnar and Danzo finally calmed down, and Chupomoding released them. Both collapsed onto the ground. They looked at each other, then they walked toward one another. Everyone thought they were about to fight again. But what happened next shocked them even more. Standing chest to chest, both warriors burst into wild laughter. That was insane, man. You're tough as hell. Ragna grinned, patting Danzo's shoulder, and Danzo did the same. Haha, you weren't easy to deal with either. Those damn spear strikes almost drove me insane. After exchanging a few words of praise, the two warriors shook hands. Sorry for calling you a son of a bitch. And I apologize for calling you a bastard. Both spoke at the same time, causing them to burst into even louder laughter. The spectators who had just witnessed their brutal fight stared in disbelief. Are these really the same guys who were about to kill each other a moment ago? At that moment, a friendship was born between two absolute lunatics. After the handshake, Ragna frowned. We ended in a draw, so who's going to fight Fry now? Danzo scratched his head as the realization hit him. Now that you mention it, what the hell do we do? Both warriors fell into deep thought, an unusual sight for muscleheads like them. Eventually, Ragna came up with a solution. Got it. How about rock, paper, scissors? Brilliant. From a battle to the death, to a childish game, the two raised their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. The moment the result was revealed, Danzo erupted in laughter. I win. Danzo had chosen rock, while Ragna had foolishly picked scissors. Letting out a long sigh, Ragna accepted his fate. Fine, a game's a game. You go first. Danzo quickly downed a full recovery potion, then turned toward the tunnel. All right, here we go. Fry Starlight, get your damn ass over here. He roared at the top of his lungs, but no one responded. Danzo frowned. Where is he? A chuckle echoed through the arena. Chupomoting crossed his arms. If you're looking for Fry Starlight, he left a while ago. The moment those words sank in, both Danzo and Ragna exploded in rage. Their furious screams shook the arena, as if they were about to tear the entire place apart. Chupomoting vanished in an instant, escaping before their wrath turned on him. He was immune to attacks, but not to their deafening roars. Just as the two were about to lose it completely, a figure stepped forward. A boy with white hair and golden eyes stood before them. Snow Lionheart calmly made his way toward the two muscleheads, his voice as composed as ever. Excuse me, would you mind facing me instead? Silence. The entire arena froze. The strongest first year had just stepped into the ring. Fry Starlight POV. Lounging lazily on a bench in the Academy's garden, I stretched my arms. It's peaceful here. I thought back to the chaos in the arena earlier. Those lunatics were probably furious about what I had done. But I had neither the interest nor the energy to fight any of them. It's not that I would lose, but any battle with them would drain me completely. And that was something I'd rather avoid. As I basked in the tranquil atmosphere, a soft voice called out beside me. That was an amazing fight. And an even more amazing escape, Fry. I turned my head. A blonde-haired girl was approaching me. Sansa. Character profiles. Ragna Cloud B3. Class, Spear Wielder.
Rank D.
Attributes Earth, Wind. Danzo Smasher B4. Class, Tank.
Rank D.
Attributes Light, Earth. If you want to help this novel rise up, give it some power stones. Chapter 43. I Love You. Fry Starlight POV. Sansa. I saw the princess approaching, a rare smile on her face, so unlike her usual cold demeanor. What's wrong? Didn't expect me to follow you?
No.
She sat down without waiting for my response, swinging her legs leisurely as if she were enjoying herself. Do you need something from me? I wanted to get away from her as soon as possible. Sansa was an enigma, unpredictable and unfamiliar. I never knew how to deal with her. And yet, despite myself, my gaze flickered toward her legs. She wore long black stockings that reached just beneath her short skirt. The way she moved her legs, the smooth rhythm of it, it was a test of restraint for any man. I needed to cut this short. She was a princess, after all. At my question, She stopped swinging her legs and turned toward me. Actually, yes, I do need you. Hmm? And how exactly do you need me? A creeping unease settled in my chest. There was a certain possibility I didn't want to consider. Sansa played with her hair before pointing at me. Your duel with Ferrith proved something important. You've changed, Fry. Changed? She nodded. Yes, you've become much stronger than before. I tilted my head, giving her a wry smile. And that caught our dear princess's attention? Indeed, you stole the spotlight there. Who would have thought that the despicable noble, Fry Starlight, would reveal such power? I chuckled at her choice of words. Your opinion of me seems to be at an all-time low. Sansa gave me a look that said, wasn't it obvious? Of course. Do you remember the time you lured me into that basement and left me trapped there all day? We were only 6 years old. What kind of child does that? She was clearly enjoying herself as she brought up memories of the past. Memories that weren't mine. And then there was that time you wanted Cerys's attention. You used to beg me for help. How many times did you manipulate me into doing your dirty work? Honestly, you're the worst. You only remember that we're friends when you need something. Friends. I cut her off this time. Did you really consider someone like that a friend? She froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. I don't know. Now, I was beginning to understand how Fry got her killed in the original draft of this story. Despite everything, despite knowing what kind of person he was, she continued to overlook his actions and consider him a friend. If she was that naive, she wouldn't stand a chance against that snake, Aegon. Let's put that aside. I assume you're here to secure my support in the race for the throne, aren't you? Seeing me cut straight to the point, her expression turned serious. That's right. If I want to win, I need every bit of power I can gather. And somehow, you've become a necessary force. I shook my head. Sorry, but I have no intention of getting involved in this succession war. At my response, she lowered her gaze, playing with her fingers. So you're siding with my brother, then? I frowned. How did she come to that conclusion? As I said, I'm not on your side or his. I don't want any part in this mess. There's no need to pretend. I already know about your meeting with him. I raised an eyebrow. She knew about my meeting with Aegon? The princess was more perceptive than I thought. I don't know what to say. You're all worse than each other, always keeping an eye on everything. It's true that I met Aegon, and he did offer me a chance to follow him, but I refused. Sansa didn't look convinced. You expect me to believe my brother simply let you walk away after rejecting him? Damn it. Why was she so persistent? I sighed, deciding to lay it all out.
No.
He said he wanted to be my friend. Sansa's golden eyes widened. Was it really that hard to believe? I wasn't sure what was going through her mind as she gently bit her lip. A few seconds of silence passed before she finally spoke. Tell me, Fry, will you betray me? I frowned at her question. Betray you? When was I ever loyal to you in the first place? I muttered under my breath but stopped when I saw her frozen in place, sadness flickering in her expression. Seeing her like that, I found myself asking without thinking, what's wrong? Did I say something I shouldn't have? She quickly snapped out of it and shook her head. No, I just didn't expect this. I suppose I'm the only one who remembers. I tilted my head. Remembers what? Nothing. She sighed, brushing the topic aside. Regardless of what you say, you will be forced to take part. My brother has secured the support of the Sunlight family, while I have gained the backing of the Moonlight family. Right now, we're both building our alliances, but the deciding factor will be the Starlight family, which means sooner or later, you'll have no choice but to pick a side. My face must have darkened at her words. I was probably wearing the most annoyed expression possible. Spare me this nonsense. I'm not even the lord of the Starlight family. What could any of you possibly want from me? For the first time since sitting beside me, Sansa laughed. It's not just your strength that has changed. Normally, you would have used this situation to your advantage. You really have changed. Fry, I'm starting to wonder if you're even the same person. I sighed, tilting my head back to gaze at the sky. The Fry you knew died a long time ago. She took my words as a metaphor, but I meant them quite literally. Our conversation had reached its end. The silence between us made that clear. I was about to let it go, but then something crossed my mind. The girl in front of me had forgiven the previous Fry time and time again, no matter what he did, to the point that it led to her death in the original story. In that case, Sansa was just about to stand and leave, but I moved first. I stepped in front of her, meeting her golden eyes. She looked at me in confusion. "What are you doing?" And at that moment I said the words I had decided on. "Sansa, I love you. Please go out with me." I spoke politely, bowing my head. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, as expected, I saw the shock on her delicate face, quickly followed by a cold, disdainful look. She stood up and pushed me aside. Her slender hands looked fragile, but she still managed to shove me off balance. With an icy expression, she met my gaze one last time before turning away. "Maybe you have changed, Fry, but you're still a despicable person. I'd rather die than be with someone like you." Without giving me a chance to respond, she left. I scratched my head, watching her walk away. I got rejected. Expected. What mattered was that I completed a system quest. Besides, given her past with the original owner of this body, I doubted she'd do anything to me. Now that I think about it, Fry used to exploit her to get what he wanted. And now, I used her for achievement points. Maybe I really was a despicable person. I sighed and glanced at the clock. The practical class was about to start. Clearing my thoughts, I headed back inside. None of this mattered. I got my achievement points, and that was enough. Chapter 44. The Arena Master. Professor Sophia stood at the center of the massive training arena, gripping a practice sword. We formed a circle around her, watching intently. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and her tight-fitting outfit accentuated her figure, making her look particularly striking. I glanced at the others. Unexpectedly, neither Danzo nor Ragna approached me. I had expected them to attack the moment I arrived, yet they didn't. I wasn't sure why, until I realized what had happened. After I left the arena, the true menace had descended upon them. Snow Lionheart. He fought Danzo first, then finished off Ragna. Even though both were formidable, they had suffered a crushing defeat. That was enough to keep them quiet, at least for now. Perhaps the loss was harder to swallow than they had anticipated. Well, in the end, it worked out in my favor. I refocused on Sophia. The lesson began as a powerful purple aura surged around her. Her voice resonated across the arena as she swung her sword. "All of you here are elites, so I assume you already understand this. However, after witnessing your performance in the duel, I have to address it, especially you, Ferrith Earlet." From the farthest edge of the circle, Ferrith scowled. I knew exactly what Sophia was pointing out. At first, when she raised her sword, the aura around her body had been scattered, swirling chaotically. She swung, releasing a crescent-shaped wave of purple energy that crashed violently into the far wall, leaving a deep, jagged scar. I watched with admiration. She wasn't a swordswoman, she was a wave controller, yet her swordplay was still this refined. Ignoring the reactions around her, she turned back to Vareth. "What I just did was the same foolish mistake you made, Ferrith Earlet." Ferrith frowned. "What mistake?" That was a powerful strike. That was likely what he was thinking. Sophia took the same stance, preparing to strike again. "Watch closely. This is how it's done." This time, instead of letting her aura scatter wildly, she concentrated it solely on her sword and the arm holding it. The sheer intensity of the focused energy sent a chilling pressure through the air, making my skin prickle. The raw power behind it surpassed the combined strength of my most powerful attacks, along with Danzo's and Ragna's. She slashed. The energy wave that erupted from her blade carried an overwhelming force, surging straight toward the wall. No, it would have obliterated whatever lay beyond it. "Damn it!" Sophia realized she had overdone it. Just as her attack was about to strike, a vortex of eerie green flames materialized, swallowing the purple wave whole. A familiar voice echoed through the arena. "I appreciate your enthusiasm for teaching, Miss Sophia Tan, but I'd be more grateful if you stopped wrecking my arena." From the side, Chupo Moting emerged, hands clasped behind his back. Sophia chuckled upon seeing him. "Sorry, Chupo. I guess I got a little carried away." The black-skinned man nodded as he stepped beside her. "It's fine. That was an impressive strike. You say that, yet you blocked it so effortlessly." Their casual exchange made me wonder about the nature of their relationship. Eventually, Sophia gestured toward Chupo. "Chupo Moting, the arena supervisor, has been observing your duels. He's volunteered to give you some guidance, so be grateful." Everyone nodded as Chupo stepped forward. "Let's start with you two, Farith Earlet and Fry Starlight. What Miss Sophia demonstrated earlier perfectly highlights your situation." He pointed at Farith. "Your power is unrefined. Your aura control is sloppy, which means your attacks never reach their full potential. From the beginning to the end of your duel, only half of your strength was being used properly, the other half was wasted." Then he turned to me. "On the other hand, there's Fry Starlight." Chupo's sharp eyes locked onto mine. "Your aura control was exceptional. I monitored the flow of energy within you. You successfully funneled over 90% of your power into your attacks. You should be proud. Among all first-year students, you are the best in this aspect." "Ho!" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even Sophia seemed surprised by Chupo's high praise. I nodded while cursing inwardly. What's the point of saying that, you bastard? Now, people would start comparing me to Snow Lionheart. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. Sophia clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. "All right, let's begin training. The arena and all its equipment are at your disposal. You'll be training here for the next few hours under our supervision." Chupo tapped his staff and the arena expanded. Various equipment appeared, training weapons, targets, and more. "You may begin." At her command, everyone grabbed their weapons and started training in their own way. Some trained alone. I spotted Danzo practicing with Ragna. They seemed to have developed a camaraderie. Meanwhile, I noticed Sansa leaving the arena with Sophia. After a while, Sophia returned alone. "What's going on?" I considered asking but held myself back. "It's none of my business." I grabbed a sword and began practicing 10,000 steps of shadow. A dark aura engulfed my blade as I moved swiftly, unleashing waves of dark energy. My movements drew some attention, but I ignored it. I trained alone for a while until a familiar figure approached, carrying a sword. My cousin pointed her blade at me. "Do you mind training together?" I met her gaze and nodded. "No problem." "Good." With a smile, she took a stance. A silvery white aura surrounded her, the stardust technique of our family. "Shall we begin?" "Come at me." She lunged without hesitation. Her sword aimed for my face, but I deflected it effortlessly with the back of my blade. I countered, but she was quick enough to dodge. Her strikes were swift yet forceful, primarily relying on precise thrusts infused with fiery aura. Not bad. I stayed defensive, analyzing her style. I had no intention of attacking. Right now, I needed more battles. I needed as many fights as possible to deepen my understanding of the mysterious power within me. Shadow Adaptation 0/7 0/7. If I wanted to grasp even a fraction of this ability, I had to face more opponents and study different combat styles. I continued sparring with Klana. I hadn't expected her to approach me after everything that happened between us. Perhaps she wanted to repay her debt through battle. I welcomed the idea. After exchanging blows for a while, we finally stopped. Klana frowned, dissatisfied. "Why did you only defend?" I spun my sword absent-mindedly. "I wanted to see how long I could last without counterattacking." She sighed. "You're a strange one, Fry." I didn't deny it. Throughout the duel, I had been trying to understand her stardust technique, and I had grasped a few things. "Your power is different from the others." "What do you mean?" I pointed at the white aura around her sword. I fought Byron before and glimpsed Carmen's strength. You all practice the same technique, yet its intensity differs from person to person. Clanna nodded. It's simple. She closed her eyes, concentrating. A radiant white aura enveloped her body, and 3 shimmering stars appeared near her heart. Oh! With her silver hair glowing, she pointed at her chest. The Stardust technique has 10 stages, each represented by a star. I'm at the 3rd stage. General Byron is at the 5th. As for Miss Carmen, she has reached the 7th. Naturally, they're stronger than me. I nodded in understanding. Is there anyone above Carmen? Clanna tilted her head, her expression filled with doubt. Why are you asking questions you should already know the answers to, Frey? Because I wasn't really Frey. I scratched my head before replying casually. I forget things easily. Clanna sighed, then patiently explained. Apart from Miss Carmen, the only other person to reach the 7th star is High Elder Leonidas. Then, with a more somber tone, she added, There's no one beyond them. They all died long ago. The last was Lord Abraham Starlight, your father. He was a miracle, having reached the 9th star. I continued drawing information from Clanna, piecing things together bit by bit. So that old fart Leonidas is at the 7th stage, huh? At last, I had a rough estimate of one of my enemy's strength. A short distance from the elite students who were training, 2 figures stood observing the scene. What do you think of them? Sophia asked as Chupo silently watched. This generation is far stronger than the ones before it, especially that boy from earlier. Sophia nodded. Snow Lionheart. Chupo confirmed her words before continuing. Yes, that boy is a prodigy. His current strength is enough to defeat most second years, let alone first years. Sophia crossed her arms. That's good. Given our current situation, we need every talent we can get. Chupo raised his staff, preparing to leave. My time with Class B is over. It's time to assist Class A. Just as he was about to depart, he paused and turned back. Sophia. There's someone in your class who rivals Snow Lionheart. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Frey Starlight? Chupo nodded. Sophia couldn't quite grasp what he meant. The dark-skinned man before her was one of the world's greatest martial masters, her own mentor. His eyes saw far more than most, yet no matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't see it. Frey was strong, no doubt. But as far as she remembered, he was just an A-rank talent. That meant he was nothing compared to the likes of Ceres Moonlight or Sansa Valerian. Chupo paid no heed to her thoughts as he disappeared down the hallway, leaving behind only his voice. I couldn't read his technique or movements. You know what that means. Leaving Sophia Tan frozen in shock, Chupo Moting headed for Class A. Clanna Starlight, B5. Class, Swordsman. Rank, D. Sophia Tan, the Temple's Prodigy. Class, Wave Controller. Rank, F. Chapter 45. Against the Ice Queen 1. Fry Starlight POV. Everything had gone smoothly, hard work always paid off in training. Sophia stood at the sidelines, observing everyone and stepping in only when she saw an opportunity to offer advice. Sophia Tan, known as the Miracle of the Temple, had reached S rank before turning 30. Naturally, her guidance was invaluable. However, she couldn't teach me much. The 10,000 steps of shadow technique I practiced was far too intricate for her to grasp. That was understandable. Even I didn't fully comprehend it. I was merely following what I had memorized, moving on instinct alone. Still, I felt I had made some progress in shadow adaptation. Clanna wasn't the only one who had come to train with me this time. Danzo and Ragna had also joined in. It was as if they were making up for my previous escape. Sparring against them was frustrating considering how aggressive they were in combat, but at the very least, I had the chance to test different techniques. I exhaled sharply as sweat dripped down my body. Over 2 hours had passed since the practical training began. Sophia must have noticed the time as well, as she clapped her hands together. All right, that's enough for today. You're all free to leave whenever you like. Some sighed in relief, while others remained indifferent. Sophia was the first to leave, but as she did, I caught her looking at me, just as she had been doing throughout the entire session. Great, unwanted attention. I ran my fingers through my hair, undoing the ribbon that held it in place. My long strands cascaded down my back. It didn't matter if I drew some attention now. As far as they were concerned, I was just an A-rank talent. Without knowing about the system, they wouldn't expect me to surpass that. They'll lose interest soon enough. It's only a matter of time. I lifted my hair, running my fingers through it. It was damp with sweat, irritatingly so. Damn it! If I didn't look this good with long hair, I would have cut it off ages ago. Every time I saw my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but admire myself. Cutting my hair had become an impossible decision. I wished I could keep this body when I returned to my world. I was lost in thought when Clana's voice suddenly snapped me back to reality. Fry, what are you doing? I turned to find her staring at me. What do you mean? This. Look at yourself. You're moving weirdly, touching yourself all over. I frowned. What are you talking about? Can't I run my fingers through my own hair in peace? Clana sighed, turning away. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. She left, leaving me alone. Sigh. No one understands me. I absently traced my fingers over the tattoo, hidden beneath my training shirt. I miss you, my friend. Lost in memories of my beloved sword, Valerian. A sudden tremor ran through my body. Damn it! I knew exactly what that meant. I scanned my surroundings and quickly spotted the cause. A girl watching me from afar. White hair, crystal blue eyes, a flawless figure. Ceres Moonlight. I clenched my fist, holding her gaze with equal intensity. Calm down, damn it. I'm in control here. Forcing my body to stop trembling, I exhaled slowly. In the end, Ceres was merely surveying the area. She wasn't looking at me specifically. Ugh! How embarrassing. She left without a second glance. Damn it. Frey's emotions are messing with my senses. Looks like I'll need to punch myself again in the near future. Shaking off the thought, I turned away.
I'm starving.
After returning to my room for a quick shower, I stepped out again, wandering through the temple. It's time to visit Shaheen. Every time I entered the old man's tent, it felt like I had returned to my own world, even if only for a fleeting moment. That feeling, along with the faint glimmer of hope the system offered, was what kept me going. Without realizing it, the hour I spent with old Shaheen had become an essential part of my routine. After enjoying a spicy meal, I bid the old man farewell and returned to my room. I was exhausted, so much so that I could have fallen asleep the moment I lay down. But I forced myself to stay awake a little longer. Opening my laptop, I glanced at the task list, checking my progress for the day. As expected, side missions. Confess to one of the elite class girls 200 achievement points. Completed. Win a 1v1 against one of the following opponents. Snow Lionheart 1000 achievement points. Ghost Umbra 750 achievement points. Ceres Moonlight 500 achievement points. Slap Emperor Mikar Valerian 10,000 achievement points. Wander inside the elite dormitory naked 500 achievement points. Current achievement points 4,900. I sighed. I'm still a long way from getting the anti-magic ability. I might be strolling through the dormitory naked soon. The thought made me laugh. This could very well be the riskiest move of my life. Shaking my head, I ignored the missions and checked my stats. Status. Host name, Fry Starlight, Dual Soul. Class, Swordsman. Talent rank, A. Current rank, D. Strength, D. Speed, D+.
Agility, D.
Endurance, E+.
Aura, SSS.
Magic, G. Swordsmanship, Level 3, Limit Broken. Can now reach Level 7. Talents, Swordsmanship, Aura Manipulation, Poison Immunity. Combat Style, 10,000 Steps of Shadow. Skills, Hawk's Eye, A rank. Phantom Steps, A rank. Seduction, F rank. Abilities, Shadow Adaptation 07. Systems note. You're like an annoying mosquito in this world. At least now you can bite, but in the end you still get squashed. I had long since stopped caring about the system's remarks. Paying attention to them would only piss me off. Still, I had advanced to D rank. Soon, progress would slow as I approached C rank, especially with only an A rank talent. I might have to break my limits soon. If I wanted to accelerate my training, I needed to push my talent to at least S rank. And for that, I needed one thing: achievement points. That had become a problem. The missions no longer provided enough. I was betting on the main missions, but they were currently empty. Still, I was almost certain they'd appear when the temple's events unfolded. The Ultra's invasion. If my memory was correct, it would happen in a month. When it did, new missions would surely follow. It would be a monumental event, the supposed safest temple in the world being breached. I needed to be ready before that happened. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. A lot of work to do. I was about to ignore everything and sleep when my eyes drifted to my final mission, the one thread of hope I clung to. Final mission: win the Victoriad. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: system seal for 1 year. Reward: 10,000 achievement points. System question: 1 guaranteed answer from the system engineer, no matter the question. What kind of answer would I get from the entity behind this screen? Maybe returning to my world was something simple. Or maybe it was something 10 times harder than winning the Victoriad. Either way, it didn't matter so long as I could go home in the end. Suppressing my thoughts, I let sleep take over. If I kept thinking about my world, the emotions I had buried would break free. So, I simply closed my eyes and drifted into the quiet of the night. Chapter 46. Against the Ice Queen 2. I woke up early the next morning, 5 a.m. sharp. After taking a quick shower, I put on my training clothes and made my way out of my room. The elite residence was massive, housing various facilities for different purposes, including multiple training grounds. There were designated areas for every combat discipline, from swordsmanship to archery and beyond. Right now, I was heading toward the dueling grounds. The reason was simple: the people I was looking for were there. Upon entering the spacious hall, I was met with an array of training equipment and a selection of swords neatly displayed on the racks. I wasn't the first to arrive. 2 figures were already inside, locked in their own training. Both were engaged in attacking practice dummies, sturdy mannequins designed to withstand relentless strikes. The first was distinguished by his white hair and golden eyes, Snow Lionheart. The second was a young man with black hair and deep crimson eyes, A4, Dawn Polaris. They both noticed my presence. Evident from the quick glance, they shot my way before resuming their training. Ignoring them for now, I approached the displayed swords and picked one that closely resembled Balerion. Taking position in front of a training dummy, I began my own drills. The reason I was here was straightforward: I wanted to challenge those two. Aside from the protagonist himself, Dawn Polaris was the most skilled swordsman in the elite class. Sparring with them would be incredibly beneficial. It might even help my shadow adaptation progress further. But the real question was, how should I go about it? Should I just walk up to them and request a duel? I decided to take my time. Rushing things wouldn't do me any favors. Engulfing my blade in a surge of black aura, I struck the dummy before me. 1 strike, 2 strikes. For strikes, I unleashed the 10,000 steps of the shadow technique, my sword weaving through the air in a storm of dark slashes, filling the hall with the sound of relentless impact. Snow and Dawn took notice, perceiving my display as a silent challenge. Their own intensity spiked in response. Dawn's sword ignited with blazing flames, while Snow's was cloaked in a brilliant white light as he slashed at inhuman speeds. The room became a cacophony of steel and power as the 3 of us relentlessly assaulted the dummies, pushing them to their limits. These training dummies were built to endure attacks from C-Class Awakened, yet now they trembled violently, threatening to shatter under our combined assault. Everything was going as planned. I was on the verge of drawing them into a fight. Until something unexpected happened. All three of us froze mid-swing. A fourth presence was approaching. My expression darkened as I turned toward the entrance. What is she doing here? Sarah's Moonlight stepped inside, dressed in a short white training outfit that covered only her upper body. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and in her hand, she carried a medium-length sword. She walked forward with her usual unshaken composure. At that moment, Snow Lionheart took the lead. Sarah's Moonlight, right? Mind telling us what brings you here? Yes, deal with her, Snow. This cursed body always reacts strangely when she's around. Sarah simply raised her sword and responded with her usual cold indifference. I came to train. Her short reply left the three of us even more puzzled. Dawn was the next to step forward. If I'm not mistaken, you're a wave controller. This is a dueling ground. Saras nodded.
I'm aware.
At that moment, a thin layer of frost spread across her blade as she swung it a few times. My role as a wave controller requires me to fight from a distance. But if an opponent manages to close the gap and break through my defenses, I'll be at a disadvantage. She paused briefly before continuing. That's why I need a way to fight in close quarters. Is that explanation enough? Dawn and Snow exchanged glances before nodding. Man, she treats them like children. This is the protagonist I created and took pride in? I sighed, resigning myself to the situation. But just as I was about to continue my training, something completely unexpected happened. Saras studied the sword in her hand before slowly raising it. In truth, that's not the real reason I came here. Her blade pointed at a specific person. Me. My expression faltered, and before I could stop myself, I blurted out, "What?" Suppressing the emotions of this damn body, I faced the girl standing before me. You want to duel me? She nodded. Yes, a sword fight, nothing else. I frowned. This girl was supposed to hate Fry. He tried to assault her after all. Yet there was no trace of hatred on her face.
No emotion whatsoever.
Just a cold, unreadable expression. A duel with swords. You understand what you're doing, right? She nodded again.
Ido.
I know I'm handicapping myself right now, but I want to test something. Test what? Sarah stepped back, adopting a ready stance. I want to see how much your sword has changed. With a sigh, I lifted my own weapon. Fine. I accept. I didn't know what she was trying to prove. As a wave controller, close combat was the worst decision she could make. She wasn't stupid. She had to be aware of that. But she still wanted to fight, and I had no reason to refuse. After all, one of my objectives was to defeat her. Snow and Dawn stepped aside, watching from the sidelines. Without hesitation, Saras lunged forward, her body radiating a faint white glow. She slashed horizontally at my left side, her speed sharp, controlled, and far above what a typical wave controller should achieve. I raised my sword vertically to block. Our blades clashed, and the frost coating her weapon attempted to freeze the dark aura surrounding mine. Saras quickly retreated before thrusting toward my face, but I dodged with ease. I observed her closely. This level of swordsmanship was far beyond what someone of her background should possess. Once again, I was reminded of the terrifying talent this girl held. She pressed on. Left, right, high. A feint, then a strike from the side. Her technique was impressive, but that was all. She never even came close to landing a hit. Her positioning and judgment were remarkable, but she was still far from being a threat. My real struggle wasn't her attacks. It was this damn body. Every time she got too close, I flinched instinctively, unable to suppress the lingering trauma of Frey's past. It infuriated me. Eventually, Saras caught on, pausing momentarily. Fry Starlight, are you mocking me? I narrowed my eyes. Mocking you? How long do you plan to just defend? She dashed forward again. Fight me seriously. Seeing her charge, I couldn't help but chuckle. As you wish. Biting my lip hard enough to draw blood, I forced my body to steady itself with pain. I unleashed 10,000 steps of the shadow at full power. 10 clones of myself materialized around Saris. Mirage. She barely had time to react before a storm of slashes engulfed her. She raised ice barriers in an attempt to block, but I didn't stop. Mirage. Mirage. 10,000 steps of the shadow mirage. 10 slashes became 20, then 30. Saris' moonlight vanished within the relentless tide of black steel. Her defenses shattered like fragile glass before collapsing completely. Her sword was sent flying as she crashed onto her back. With a final motion, I drove my sword into the ground beside her face, looking down at her. Thanks for the match. Snow Lionheart POV. Overwhelming, utterly overwhelming. I had never witnessed such a relentless sword style before. In that short exchange, he had unleashed dozens of strikes, making any form of defense impossible. He ended it flawlessly. Before I realized it, a small smile crept onto my lips. Fry took a few steps back as Saris slowly rose to her feet. She showed no frustration. Perhaps she had expected this outcome from the start. And then, almost instinctively, I found myself standing before Fry, a sword in my hand. A quiet chuckle escaped me. It seemed I could no longer hold myself back. Fry noticed and laughed as well. You want a piece of this too? I nodded. Fry Starlight, face me. At that moment, Dawn Polaris stepped in, attempting to dissuade me. The girl's fine. There's no need to escalate things. Fry, however, just smirked. It's fine. He's not here for revenge. He just wants to test himself after seeing what I can do. Isn't that right? His words caught me off guard. He had read my intent perfectly. I confirmed it with a nod and readied my stance. Shall we begin? Fry Starlight did the same, raising his sword toward me. Come, hero. Chapter 47. Against the Promised Hero. Fry Starlight POV. A storm of emotions clashed within me as I prepared to face him, the protagonist of my own story, the perfect version of myself, the one who had everything I ever wanted. I raised my sword, steadying my breath. Come, hero. Snow Lionheart nodded, an overwhelming aura surging through him. 3 colors intertwined within it, white, red, and green, proof of his tri-elemental affinity. And that was only half of what he was capable of. In response, a dense black aura of darkness enveloped me. I pushed my power to its peak, activating Hawk's Eye and Phantom Steps. I would give this fight everything I had. We moved in slow, deliberate circles, each gauging the other. From the sidelines, Dawn and Saris watched in silence. You know, Fry, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Snow's golden eyes glowed as he spoke. He stood several meters away. Yet in the next instant, his voice whispered right beside my ear. Ever since you defeated Ferrith, one moment he was in the distance. The next, a flickering image of him appeared at my side, his glowing blade slicing toward my neck. His strike tore through the air itself, but at the last possible moment, I bent my body, narrowly avoiding the blow. What I had seen before was merely an afterimage, a remnant of his overwhelming speed. Fortunately, Hawk's Eye allowed me to follow his movements. I launched a counterattack, slashing at his vital points with a blade wreathed in black aura. In an instant, Snow shifted from offense to defense, parrying my attack with effortless precision. Light and darkness clashed violently, each force trying to consume the other. At that moment, we both had the same thought. In a flash, we exchanged dozens of strikes. Black and white collided, locking us within a whirlwind of flashing swords. From afar, all an observer would see was a storm of dark and light streaks crashing against each other at blinding speed. My 10,000 steps of shadow was relentless, sharp, unpredictable. Yet he deflected every strike with ease, his mastery of swift swordsmanship rendering my attacks ineffective. Then, with perfect timing, Snow baited me into attacking, sidestepping with expert precision before slipping past my defenses. Let's move on to the next phase. His sword erupted in blinding radiance as he unleashed a devastating wave of aura at my side. The hall trembled as the force of his attack sent me hurtling backward. One sword, mountain-splitting sword. Dawn and Saris flinched as the sheer brilliance of the strike filled the room. For a moment, they may have thought the battle was over. But within the overwhelming light, a single black speck expanded, growing at a menacing pace. A pitch-black slash tore through the brilliance, splitting Snow's attack in half. My sword burned with dark flames as I raised it toward him. Don't think for a second that defeating me will be easy. With a powerful swing, I unleashed my full strength. 10,000 steps of shadow, the black cutter. A massive arc of darkness surged toward Snow. He simply laughed, raising his sword into a defensive stance. I never did. A radiant crescent of energy shot forth to meet my own, equal in size and power. The two attacks clashed, annihilating each other, but then his eyes widened, because behind the first slash came dozens more. No, hundreds. In every way he surpassed me. Every way except for one. I have an endless supply of aura. Unlike you, I can fight without ever running dry. And at last Snow realized his opponent was the real deal. Surrounded by a storm of black crescents, he chuckled. Then, suddenly, the light vanished from his blade. I'll have to answer in kind. This time, flames erupted around his sword. He spun rapidly, his movements generating a massive inferno. A blazing tornado surged outward, devouring my waves of darkness. I watched as the fiery vortex rose. Then suddenly, it tilted toward me. At its center, Snow's silhouette flickered. The flames around him shifted to an eerie blue. Then, little by little, they evaporated, and something else took their place. Lightning. A colossal storm of crackling electricity surged toward me at terrifying speed. I clenched my jaw, gathering every ounce of power I could muster. This wasn't an attack I could take lightly. He was using higher-order abilities now, which meant he was finally taking me seriously. I inhaled deeply, muscles coiling like a titan spring. To the very last drop, I unleashed my aura at a reckless rate, my pathways screaming in protest. 10,000 steps of shadow, the black meteor. I launched myself skyward, shrouded in a pillar of darkness. From my perspective, time slowed to a crawl. Yet in reality, it all happened within a single second. Our blades clashed. A storm of lightning and darkness erupted, each force struggling for dominance. This might have been the strongest attack I had ever faced. In the end, we both plummeted from the sky. Snow landed in his original position, while I stumbled a few steps back. My entire body ached, electricity coursing through my limbs like molten fire. I barely managed to steady myself, but Snow didn't give me the chance. I watched in alarm as a misty aura spread over his body. Damn it, Hawkeye. A thin trail of blood dripped from my eye as I pushed my vision to the limit. Snow was preparing something. He tapped the ground, and in an instant the world around him shattered. Black lightning coiled around his form like writhing serpents. Void step. Snow shot forward, a straight-line charge that obliterated everything in its path. This technique condensed all his power, combined it with the force of his momentum, and channeled it into a single devastating attack. Using Hawk's Eye, which barely tracked his movements, and Phantom Steps, which pushed my evasion to the absolute limit, I dodged by a hair's breadth. His attack shattered the reinforced walls of the hall, and still it kept going, carving destruction into whatever lay beyond. Snow laughed, already lunging toward me again, lightning crackling around him. You even dodged Void Step? Gritting my teeth, I parried his lightning-infused slashes. I held my own, but his next move shifted the tide of battle. It's time to end this, Fry. My breath hitched as sound waves pulsed through the air. A sound-based attack. He was using the higher-order ability of wind sound. His sonic waves disrupted my reactions, throwing off my timing. And in that instant, he gained the upper hand. When he was about to land the finishing blow, I forced my body to move, activating Mirage. I layered it multiple times, launching dozens of strikes in under a second. But Snow matched my speed, the black lightning serpents dancing around him. Then, at last, we both halted, standing mere meters apart. He remained completely unscathed, while I panted heavily. I hated to admit it, but at this rate I was going to lose. And then, a white, ethereal glow spread over Snow's body. Fry, I'm going all out. Try to withstand this. I recognized that power immediately, and so did Dawn and Saris, gasping in disbelief. The higher order ability of light, the star, the strongest aura known to exist. The one power Fry Starlight had been denied. And as I felt the sheer magnitude of the energy Snow had gathered, I knew things were about to get serious. The second sword, Sky Cutter, as he was consumed by his ethereal power, I cast a glance at my own sword. At that moment, the serpent tattoo on my hand burned fiercely, demanding release. I'm sorry, my friend, but not this time. This is something I have to do myself. Ignoring Balerian's call, I closed my eyes. Darkness enveloped me, and a thick black mist coiled around my body. What I was about to unleash was one of the strongest techniques of the 10,000 Steps of Shadow. At my current level, using this technique was reckless, perhaps even suicidal. But I had no choice. Judging by the sheer power my opponent had displayed, I had to push beyond my limits. Snow was strong, far too strong, and that left me uneasy. He wasn't supposed to be this powerful at this point in the story, which meant that something had already changed. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. I let myself sink into the abyss, my eyes burning with an intense violet glow. Snow activated Void Step, launching an attack infused with the full force of Star Aura. I didn't hesitate. I charged forward. 10,000 steps of shadow, infinite darkness. I only hoped my body would survive the backlash of this technique as I unleashed everything. Darkness swallowed me whole. Despite our insane speed, time seemed to slow. I saw Snow approaching, wreathed in a terrifying storm of ethereal energy. The look in his eyes mirrored my own. We both acknowledged each other's strength. We both had chosen to unleash our ultimate techniques. This was never just a duel. This was a battle. A real one. He was the greatest obstacle in my path, the one I had to overcome if I wanted to return to my world. And so, without realizing it, I gave it everything. This technique was deadly. Even Dawn and Saris knew that. Saris tried to intervene, summoning a massive wall of ice between us. But our swords cleaved through it like a hot knife slicing through butter. And in the end, our blades met. A deafening explosion erupted, obliterating the entire training hall. I watched as my sword shattered into dust. Darkness consumed me. I lost. Snow Lionheart POV. I let out a slow breath, exhaling the air trapped in my lungs. A thin mist of condensation formed before me, vanishing into the cold morning air. I scanned my surroundings. I stood amidst the wreckage of the training hall. Or rather, what remained of it. The destruction caused by our final clash was far greater than I had expected. Dawn and Saris stood at a distance, having shielded themselves with their respective powers. Satisfied that they were unharmed, I turned my focus back to him. Fry lay motionless, buried within the shattered remains of the wall. I glanced down at my broken sword, and the deep wound carved into my side. A strange feeling settled over me, something between awe and disbelief. Even though I hadn't fought with my full elemental arsenal, I had still given this battle everything. And yet, he had kept up with me. No, he had pushed me this far. He wasn't a third or fourth year student. He was my age. Not bad. Fry Starlight. Joining the temple wasn't a mistake after all. Pressing a hand against my bleeding wound, I made my way toward him. When I reached him, it was obvious. His condition was far worse than mine. But what surprised me most was that most of his injuries weren't even from my attacks. They were self-inflicted. I couldn't help but laugh. Damn, that hurts. Ignoring the searing pain in my side, I hoisted Fry onto my shoulder. Come on. This isn't where you fall. I intended to take us somewhere to treat our wounds, but it seemed our battle had drawn far too much attention. A crowd had gathered. Among them, several powerful auras stood out. Leading them was a short girl with a childlike appearance. Ellen White, president of the elite student council. She clutched her head, yelling at the top of her lungs. What the hell happened to the first-year duel arena? It was barely past 6 in the morning, and she was still in her sleepwear, making her appearance almost comical. Despite my pain, I couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped me. Sorry, Fry, but it looks like we're going to be here a while. Aftermath. Dealing with Ellen White and explaining the situation took longer than I would have liked. But she didn't hold me up for too long, especially after seeing Fry unconscious on my shoulder. In the end, both of us received proper treatment. Since my injuries weren't as severe, I was discharged first. But Fry remained in one of the temple's medical wards. As I stepped out of the infirmary, a familiar presence sent a chill down my spine. Aegon Valyrian. The silver-haired noble smirked as he approached. You're looking well, Snow Lionheart. His smile was as insincere as ever. Sighing, I tried to end this quickly. What do you want, Prince Aegon? He closed the distance between us effortlessly. How many times do I have to tell you? Just call me Aegon. Hearing that, I forced a stiff smile. How could I ever be so disrespectful? Such a gentleman. He reached out and ran his hand along my side, pressing directly against my wound in a bold, deliberate move. My body tensed instinctively, reacting to the pain as his fingers tapped against my injury. Look at you. Who would have thought you'd be pushed this far? I swatted his hand away and took a step back. Don't make me repeat myself. What do you want, Aegon Valyrian? He chuckled, brushing past me. Look how rude you've become. I was just checking on my dear classmate. We wouldn't want you sustaining a permanent injury and disrupting the class, would we? Aegon walked past me, heading toward the infirmary. A frown formed on my face as I watched him enter. Without thinking, I asked, "Where are you going?" Without even glancing back, he let out a soft laugh. Visiting a friend. A friend? Was he talking about Fry Starlight? I sighed and turned away. I would never understand that man. It was obvious he had been trying to win me over for some time now. He didn't want a powerful piece like me moving outside his control. People like him, I hate them. With that thought, I made my way to class, hoping to catch up on the lessons I had missed. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, a young man with jet-black eyes slowly stirred awake, finding himself lying in a hospital bed. He exhaled deeply, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. I don't recognize this ceiling. For the first time since returning from the lands of nightmare, Fry Starlight had lost. Chapter 48 enhanced the level of difficulty. 1. Fry Starlight POV. I slowly opened my eyes, immediately greeted by the sterile scent of a hospital, the one smell I had always despised. I don't recognize this ceiling. Strange medical equipment surrounded me, most of which I couldn't even identify. I sat up slowly, casting a sharp glance over my body, which was wrapped in layers of bandages. A dull stiffness spread through my limbs as my muscles failed to respond as quickly as I wanted. Though my external wounds had completely healed, it seemed my internal injuries hadn't. That last strike must have put too much strain on my body, severely damaging my aura pathways. With a sigh, I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. Things are getting out of hand. I'm not even sure if this is still the story I wrote anymore. At that moment, a nurse walked in. She froze at the sight of me standing, then quickly rushed over, gripping my shoulders. What do you think you're doing? You're still injured. You shouldn't be out of bed. She tried to push me back down, but no matter how much force she used, I didn't budge an inch. Brushing her hands away indifferently, I began peeling off the bandages wrapped around my chest and waist, exposing my bare skin. I'm fine. I've already recovered. Her eyes widened in shock. After all, it had only been a few hours since I was brought in, covered in wounds. Yet now the body before her was unblemished, pale skin without a single scar. A moment later, her face flushed red as she realized she had been staring too long. She quickly averted her gaze. Ignoring her predictable reaction, I retrieved my temple uniform from my ring and put it on before heading for the door. "Wait! You can't leave yet." I simply waved a hand at her as I walked out. My destination was the reception desk, where I needed to retrieve my smartwatch and the belongings taken from me while I was unconscious. A man in a formal black suit sat behind the desk. I stopped in front of him and got straight to the point. "I'm here to collect my belongings." His face remained expressionless as he nodded. "Name and class number?" "Fry Starlight, Elite Class B9. His expression flickered slightly upon hearing I was an elite student, but he quickly masked it. He retrieved a card, a smartwatch, and a few gold coins, placing them on the counter. "These are the items we managed to recover. Unfortunately, your clothes were too damaged and had to be discarded." I sighed, taking my things. "That's fine." I was about to leave when the man stopped me. "Also, these arrived for you." He placed 2 glass vials on the counter, both filled with a pale green liquid. I recognized them instantly, high-grade healing potions. Picking up one, I frowned. "Who sent these?" The man, ever professional, recalled the details immediately. "The first one came from A3, Aegon Valyrian, as expected. So this was his first gesture of goodwill." "Wait, the first one? And the second?" The man hesitated slightly before bowing his head. "My apologies, but the second individual requested anonymity. They also kept their face hidden, so I couldn't identify them." "I see." Taking both potions, I turned to leave. "Thanks." As I stepped out of the infirmary, I flipped the vials between my fingers absent-mindedly. I had a suspicion about who sent the second one, but I wasn't certain yet. It didn't matter for now. Fastening my smartwatch onto my wrist, I powered it on. Immediately, a flood of notifications popped up, displaying multiple missed calls. Ada Starlight, 16 missed calls. Had the news already reached her? I sighed. "I'll call her later." A glance at the time told me it was already 6 p.m. I had missed all my classes for the day. Might as well head back to my room. As I walked through the temple grounds, the crisp evening breeze brushed against my face, a reminder that autumn was nearing its end. From time to time, I passed temple students chatting and laughing amongst themselves, enjoying their school life without a care in the world, blissfully unaware of what the future held. I paused for a moment, taking in the sight of the setting sun, then resumed my path toward the elite dorms. Fortunately, I didn't run into anyone and slipped into my room unnoticed. I sat at my desk and powered on my laptop. Same interface, everything in place. I stared at the screen for a long moment before finally speaking aloud. "Is there something you want to tell me, you damn system?" Silence. "Don't play dumb. Whoever's behind this screen, I know you're listening. I want answers now." Since the moment I woke up, this question had been clawing at my mind. I had fought Snow Lionheart, faced his strength firsthand. Maybe someone else wouldn't have noticed, but I did. I knew everything about the protagonist of my story. And one thing I was certain of, he wasn't supposed to be this strong at this point in the timeline. This should have been his level without the ring that restricted his powers. For him to display such strength while still wearing it, something was undeniably wrong. As if in response, my laptop screen flickered. A familiar jester emblem appeared, followed by blood-red text. As expected of the author, quite perceptive. A sharp breath escaped me. It actually responded. "Who are you?" My question was ignored as more text appeared. Due to the author's unexpected rate of growth, the world's difficulty has been increased to the maximum level, Nightmare Mode. All characters, both heroes and villains, will experience a significant power boost to align with the narrative. Additionally, previously ambiguous plotlines have been rewritten to enhance world building. The first arc, Ultra's Invasion, has been adjusted accordingly. Main quest, Survive until the end of the raid. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Good luck. You'll need it. I sat frozen, processing what I had just read. You bastard system. Hold it right there. Gripping my laptop, I leaned in, my voice seething with frustration. Answer me. Who are you? What do you want? Why did you bring me into this world? And how the hell do I go back? I bombarded the screen with questions, but the jester emblem had already vanished, leaving behind only the newly issued quest. With a growl, I slammed my fist onto the desk, cracking the surface. Increased difficulty? Son of a... So I struggle through the nightmare land, endure hell just to get stronger, only for the difficulty to be raised the moment I do? So what was the point of all that suffering? Was I just entertainment? A toy for someone's amusement? At this rate, not just the protagonist, everyone would grow stronger. Every single one of them would become an obstacle. Leaning back in my chair, I ran a hand through my hair, exhaling sharply. What the hell do I do now? Chapter 49. Enhance the level of difficulty. 2. In the end, I had no choice but to accept reality. A new mission had been issued. Survive the upcoming event. Perhaps my enemies would grow stronger, but that didn't worry me. After all, I have you with me. I extended my hand, and a terrifying black blade materialized, thick shadows swirling ominously around it. Calm down, my friend. I know you haven't spilled enough blood lately, but you will soon. He was my trump card, my greatest weapon, Balerion, the Black Dread. For now, I was preparing to head to class. After everything that happened with the system, I wasn't sure what my next move should be, so I had simply gone to sleep. And now a new day had already begun. I put on the white robes of the temple, tied my hair back, and stepped out of my room to start the day. Leaning on one hand, I lazily watched as Professor Fleming lectured with his usual enthusiasm. Right now, he was discussing higher properties, a topic that naturally had everyone's attention. At the front of the class, I spotted Snow sitting beside a girl, Lara Croft, if I wasn't mistaken. To my surprise, he had greeted me this morning. I didn't reject his approach, but I made sure to draw a clear line between us. I had no interest in making friends, especially not with the protagonist of this story. I refocused on Fleming just as he began gesturing wildly, sketching several symbols in the air. Higher properties. One of the greatest mysteries that have baffled awakened beings for generations. These powers do not originate from nature. They appear from nothing. Each higher property, lightning, ice, gravity, sound, came into existence through unnatural means. Many researchers believe this explains why higher properties far surpass lower ones. Water, earth, wind, these elements exist naturally around us, unlike the higher properties. That's why many argue that fire is the strongest of the lower elements. It is the closest thing to a higher property. After all, fire, too, does not occur naturally. As he spoke, flames ignited in Fleming's palm, flaring with intensity until they turned a deep blue. The blue flame danced through the air before bursting into a dazzling explosion. As he showcased his abilities, a bespectacled student raised his hand. Fleming welcomed questions, and the boy wasted no time. Professor, what about light and darkness? They're higher properties. Fleming's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this question. Ah, light and darkness, the star and the shadow. These two are mysteries in their own right. Mysteries? The boy echoed. Fleming nodded. These forces are beyond human comprehension. Stars, they are celestial bodies far beyond our reach. But in the first place, is calling it star even accurate? Is that terrifying ethereal force truly the power of the stars? And shadows? They exist beside us. He pointed at his own shadow. It's right here, in front of me. But can I touch it? Can I study it? No. We are faced with the unknown, my boy. He then launched into a series of theories, none of which I cared to listen to. I struggled to stay awake as his lecture dragged on endlessly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Fleming dismissed us. I was about to leave the classroom, still annoyed by how sluggish my body felt, when I noticed a girl with wavy blonde hair waiting near the door. I glanced around, but there was no one else nearby. I chuckled, pointing at myself. "Are you waiting for me?" Sansa stood there, leaning against the wall. She looked at me for a moment before speaking. Are you healed from your injuries?" I stretched my arms in an exaggerated manner and waved a hand dismissively. "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine." "Well, not exactly." Sansa simply nodded, though she didn't seem convinced. Without another word, she turned and walked away. "Be more careful next time." I watched her slender figure retreat into the distance. Shouldn't she be angry with me after everything that happened? This girl was hard to read. I still had some time before my next class with Sophia, so I decided to make a call. If I didn't, Ada would probably show up at the temple tomorrow. Finding a quiet spot, I sat on a bench and dialed her number. She picked up immediately. The screen lit up, revealing a girl with white hair and dark eyes. "Hey, Ada." Her response was an explosion of frantic yelling. "Fry, what happened? Why didn't you answer? I heard you were injured. Are you okay?" Blah, blah, blah. How was I supposed to respond when she was throwing so many questions at me all at once? I patiently reassured her, answering each question one by one. It took over 30 minutes to convince her that I was fine. Only then did our conversation return to normal. "Fry, how are your classes? Have you made any new friends?" I shrugged indifferently. "Classes are fine. No, I haven't made any friends." Ada paused, as if considering something. Then she spoke again. "What about Sansa, the princess? You two were childhood friends, right?" "Sansa, unfortunately, her bond had been with Fry, not me. Everything's fine. We're classmates, after all." Ada nodded, but her expression turned serious. "Treat her well, Fry. That girl has been through a lot." I remained silent. I knew she had been kidnapped by the Ultras, but I didn't know the full details. Before I realized it, I found myself asking for more information. Ada hesitated. Since these details had never been made public, she wasn't sure if she should tell me. But in the end, she did. The princess was imprisoned for several months in one of the Ultras' prisons. According to her, she doesn't remember much before she was rescued. But based on her condition, and the others who were with her, Ada trailed off before continuing. She was nothing but skin and bones when they found her. It seems they were starved nearly to death. I raised an eyebrow. Had a girl her age really endured something like that? I was about to speak, but I realized Ada wasn't finished. She sighed before continuing. The princess wasn't alone in that prison. With her were the emperor's second wife and several other important figures. When they reached the brink of starvation, some of them abandoned their humanity. A chilling thought crossed my mind. "What do you mean?" Ada fell silent for a moment before answering. "I don't know all the details, but they killed each other and ate each other." I froze. "Sansa?" Ada shook her head. "She didn't. After examining her, they confirmed that she hadn't eaten anything for months. How she survived remains a mystery, but at the very least, she didn't lose her humanity. Treat her well, Fry. I'll see you later." With that, Ada ended the call, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Come to think of it, Sansa has always seemed thinner than the other girls. Who would have thought she had suffered through something like that? She had been kind enough to consider Fry a friend. And that second healing potion left by an anonymous sender? It had been hers. I confirmed it when I found her waiting for me earlier. Perhaps I was the reason she had suffered in the first place. No, there was no perhaps about it. I was responsible. I let out a dry chuckle. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had suffered. Compared to the Nightmare Lands, maybe the Ultras prison had been even worse. I rose from my seat and headed to class. As the author of this world's tragedies, I was responsible for most of what had happened, and what was yet to come. And yet I felt no guilt. I was simply that kind of person. But now, I wasn't sure how to face that girl anymore. Chapter 50. Unwanted Relationships. Fry Starlight POV. The rhythmic sound of tapping filled the classroom as Sophia swiftly wrote on the massive board before us. Today's lesson was about wave controllers. Since this was her area of expertise, she provided more information than usual. A week had already passed since I entered the temple. In that short time, I had experienced a lot. Dealing with the Emperor's children, facing the protagonist of the story I had written, and navigating through the various types of lessons. This was one of the few classes where I remained fully attentive, and for two reasons. First, Sophia's explanations were concise and easy to grasp. Second, she was captivating. I need a woman like her by my side if I want to stay sane. I pushed down the irritating desires that came with my teenage body. I didn't want Sophia to notice anything unusual. Fortunately, the lesson ended before my thoughts could spiral any further. Sophia glanced at her watch before announcing, "All right, that's all for today. In an hour, you'll begin a new type of lesson, so make sure you're present." I checked the schedule to see what she meant, and it didn't take long for me to understand. Survival training. I recognized it instantly. After all, the instructor in charge was the biggest lunatic in the temple. As I idly adjusted my watch, a sudden thud caught my attention. I looked up, along with everyone else, to see what had happened. A familiar girl sat on the floor, her long purple hair slightly disheveled. Her glasses had fallen. Adriana. Standing in front of her was a lanky young man with green hair. If I wasn't mistaken, he was one of Faritha's lackeys. B10 Jandover. Judging by the scene, they must have bumped into each other. Adriana, ever timid, immediately apologized and reached for her glasses. At that moment, Jan kicked them away. She froze, her gaze locked onto him in shock. With a sneer, he grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. "You little bitch. I barely tolerate your presence here, and now you have the audacity to stand in my way." Adriana clutched his arm, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, as she pleaded for him to let go. "Shut up. Filth, like you shouldn't even be here in the first place." His voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, and with his sharp features and gaunt frame, the resemblance was uncanny. I exhaled quietly as I observed from the sidelines. Here we go again. Classism and idiots like him existed everywhere. Every student in the elite class came from a powerful background. They weren't on the level of the three great families, but families like Jandover's still held considerable influence, running some of the empire's most formidable guilds. Of course, there were exceptions. Take Snow Lionheart, the protagonist, for example. He was from a poor family, or, as Jan would call them, commoners. But Jan would never dare to bully him. And the reason was simple. If he tried, Snow would grind his face into the dirt. Unfortunately, Adriana was a different story. She likely came from a modest background and somehow found herself surrounded by nobles. I recalled how she had run the moment she realized who I was. Fry Starlight. Her quiet sobs pulled me from my thoughts. In front of me was the classic scene of public humiliation. Jan continued to insult her, yanking at her hair so hard that strands of violet scattered in the air. She cried and apologized. I frowned. Fight back. That was what I wanted to tell her. She was stronger than him. With the exception of myself, the temple's ranking system was absolute. She was ranked 6th in Class B. She should have easily been able to take him down. Jan had likely orchestrated this entire encounter, bumping into her on purpose to stir up trouble. There was no reason for her to back down. And yet, no matter how long I waited, she did nothing. She just apologized and cried. Pathetic, I muttered under my breath. Was she afraid of his family? Or was she just a coward? Either way, I lost interest. But just as I was about to turn away, a blonde girl appeared behind Adriana. The moment Jan saw her, his expression changed. She took advantage of his hesitation. Take your filthy hands off her. Sansa reached out and lightly tapped Jan's shoulder. A simple touch. Yet an invisible force erupted from nowhere, sending him flying across the classroom and crashing into the wall behind me. My eyes narrowed in intrigue as a black mist rose from her hand. I didn't quite understand what had happened. Can a wave controller even do something like that? Behind me, Jan struggled to his feet, visibly shaken. I laughed at the sight. He didn't dare move, his instincts telling him he was in over his head. Realizing the danger, he backed off without another word. Meanwhile, Sansa retrieved Adriana's glasses and helped her up. Adriana still trembled, especially upon realizing who had saved her. "Ea, princess, I am sorry. I didn't mean to." Sansa smiled, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to cut her off. "It's fine. You're not the one who should be apologizing. And just Sansa is enough." Adriana frantically waved her hands in protest. "And no, how could I possibly?" Once again, she was interrupted as Sansa leaned in close, so close that their faces were nearly touching. "Enough of that. I heard you ranked first in the theoretical exam. Is that true?" The bookworm hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. But she couldn't ignore the princess's question. She timidly nodded. "Why, yes, that's right. That's amazing." Sansa grabbed her hands, laughing. "How about studying together? I struggle with a lot of the theoretical lessons." From being bullied to receiving a study invitation from the princess, Adriana looked bewildered. It was probably too much for someone with a timid personality like hers, so she just kept nodding. Sansa seemed to have expected this reaction. She simply laughed and dragged Adriana out of the classroom. "Perfect. Let's be friends from now on." She deliberately emphasized the word friends before leaving, making it clear to everyone. Messing with Adriana was no longer an option. I sighed. Well, that was one way to deal with the situation. Though I didn't like it, this wouldn't change anything. Instead of standing up for herself, Adriana would now rely on someone else for protection. I was about to leave as well when a hushed conversation caught my attention. My enhanced senses picked it up whether I wanted to or not. Jan had returned to Ferrith's side. The two of them, along with Kyle Walker, made up Ferrith's entourage. Jan sat in sullen silence, muttering curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Ferrith was practically glowing. Kyle, confused by his good mood, asked absent-mindedly, "Ferrith, you seem happy." Still smirking, Ferrith kept his eyes on the door where Sansa had left. "Isn't she incredible?" "Incredible," Jan and Kyle echoed, baffled. "The princess." Ferrith seemed lost in his own world. Kind, even to worthless commoners, breathtakingly beautiful, powerful, and of the noblest bloodline. "A angel. She's a angel." Jan's expression darkened upon hearing those words. After all, she was the same person who had thrown him off before. Perhaps, to him, she really did seem like a demon. Meanwhile, the tank, Kyle, scratched his head, letting out another casual remark. "The most beautiful? Isn't the girl from the Moonlight family the most beautiful?" Ferrith's brows furrowed at that. "What's so beautiful about that machine? Don't compare that thing to an angel. She's perfect. The ultimate prize any man would dream of." Neither Kyle nor Jan dared to respond after Ferrith revealed his emotions so openly. On the other hand, "Peft!" A laugh burst from my lips as I overheard their childish conversation. So, Ferrith had a crush on Sansa? What a deluded fool. That girl was completely out of his league. I laughed even harder at the way he described Saris. She was sitting at the front of the class, meaning she had definitely heard everything, which only made it funnier. Wait, could it be? Was Ferrith making such a fuss earlier because he realized how close I was to Sansa? Peft! The more I thought about it, the harder I laughed. How childish. Was this his way of proving himself to her? By beating me, the person closest to her? At this point, I wasn't sure if he was just a fool, a child, or maybe both. My laughter clearly got under their skin, which explained why they were now rising from their seats and marching toward me. Unfortunately for them, I no longer saw them as people. Just a bunch of children throwing tantrums. Luckily, I didn't even have to deal with them. Just as the trio was about to reach me, Two muscular figures bulldozed through them from behind. "Move aside, you morons!" Ragna and Danzo shouted as they plowed through Ferrith and his lackeys like a bowling ball scattering pins. The two of them stopped in front of me, and Danzo pointed directly at me. "Oi, Free, what do you say to a spar before the next class?" I stood up and nodded. "No problem." Ragna's grin widened as he cracked his knuckles. "Perfect. This time, I'm taking you down. I'd like to see you try." Without another word, I followed them to the nearest arena. This was becoming something of a routine, sparring with Dawn and Snow in the morning, and now with Danzo and Ragna. Before I knew it, I was getting closer to them. It was good for my training, but I had been trying to avoid forming relationships. Yet that was proving to be difficult. After all, they were reflections of my real friends. I sighed, trailing behind them. Oh well. Inside one of the arenas, a muscular figure stood in the center, iron gloves covering his fists, while a shadow flickered around him at high speed. Danzo suddenly launched a punch, sending a powerful aura wave surging toward me, but I dodged it effortlessly. I leaped forward, hurling myself at him. My sword was drenched in a terrifying amount of dark aura, but Danzo caught it barehanded, stopping it with brute force. He counterattacked, but I either evaded or parried each strike. "Come to think of it, I heard you survived a full year in the Nightmare Lands. That true?" Dodging a punch aimed at my face, I swiftly slashed at his torso. "Yeah, though I was just lucky." With the back of his hand, Danzo knocked my sword aside before throwing another punch. Amidst a storm of flying fists and black slashes, I found myself locked in a brutal close-range battle. "Luck? You're telling me you survived on luck?" "Not exactly. I was on the verge of death until I stumbled upon one of the ancient sects. I hid there for a year before returning once I was strong enough. One of my slashes finally broke through his defenses, sending him skidding several meters back. But thanks to his absurdly tough body, he remained unscathed. He grinned as four aura-forged arms materialized around him. "Not bad. Looks like you're not as much of a sissy as you seem." I frowned, gripping my sword with both hands as a dark flame surged around me. "Why do you guys keep calling me that, anyway?" Danzo slammed his 6 fists together, unleashing a devastating shockwave in my direction. "I'll tell you if you can block this." "As you wish." I took a slow breath, focusing as the attack bore down on me. 10,000 steps of shadow, black cutter. Just before the crushing force could blast me out of the arena, I severed it with a single slash. Darkness tore through everything in its path, obliterating all obstacles, until I came to a stop, my blade hovering mere millimeters from his neck. I forced a smile. "Is that enough?" Danzo sighed from the other side. "You're such a pain to deal with." At that moment, Ragna stepped onto the stage. "I'm next." Danzo shook his head as he walked off. "Can't believe I'm struggling against a sissy." I frowned. "There you go again. What part of me looks like a sissy to you?" Danzo gave me a deadpan look. "Well, to be fair, you're actually sissy number 2. That other guy from Class A is number 1. "Class A? Was he talking about Snow?" Danzo sighed as he left the stage. "Oh well, you two are prettier than most girls I know. How am I supposed to deal with that?" I couldn't help but laugh as I turned to face Ragna. "You're a weird guy." Our weapons clashed, sending sparks flying across the arena. Unintentionally, I had begun forming the very connections I had tried so hard to avoid. Chapter 51. Crazy Professor. "We got a contract, everyone. This is a huge milestone for the novel, and it's all thanks to you, the readers. Thank you all so much. You can now support the novel with gifts and golden tickets alongside Power Stones if you'd like. It's truly amazing. Now I'll leave you with the chapter. Fry Starlight POV. I barely had time for a quick shower after my fight against the muscleheads, Ragna and Danzo. Unlike me, they had gone straight to class, unfazed by the idea of washing up. That left me sprinting through the halls to catch the next lesson. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. The classroom was unlike the others. It felt more like a museum. Artifacts, ancient scrolls, and even preserved monster corpses filled the space. Among the gathered students, I spotted my classmates from Class B, along with those from Class A, a reminder that this was a joint lesson. Just then, Snow approached me. "You finally decided to show up. You're late." I shrugged nonchalantly. "The instructor isn't here yet, so I'd say I'm fine." Snow considered my reasoning before nodding. "I suppose you're right." Smirking, I extended my hand. "Tell me, how about a quick game of rock, paper, scissors?" He frowned. "Rock, paper, scissors? Why?" "Just to pass the time." Snow eyed me suspiciously for a moment but eventually gave in with a sigh. "I don't see how this helps, but fine." His agreement brought a wide grin to my face. I had gotten what I wanted. Previously, when I dueled Saris in a friendly sword match and won, the system counted it as a legitimate victory and rewarded me with achievement points. That realization led me to an important conclusion. I didn't have to beat them in a real fight. I just had to win at anything, even something as trivial as this. I struggled to contain my excitement at the thought of earning 1,000 free achievement points. We raised our hands and called out in unison. "Rock, paper, scissors." My grin vanished when I saw Snow pick rock while I had chosen scissors. Again, we went for another round. This time I was going to win. "Rock, paper, scissors." I picked paper. Snow picked scissors. Again. The third round. A fourth. A fifth. "You've got to be kidding me." I lost again. What the hell is going on? We kept playing, and I kept losing. Again. I was about to restart when Snow stopped me. Fry, I think that's enough. How long do you plan on playing?" His words snapped me back to reality. I had already lost 10 times. "How the hell are you winning every round?" As we joined the rest of the class, Snow answered casually. "I can predict your moves." Predict them? My confidence wavered. If I couldn't even beat him in a simple game, how was I supposed to defeat him in a real fight? I regretted making him this strong. Meanwhile, the rest of the students explored the hall. One guy from Class A reached out to touch a statue, but before his fingers could graze its surface. "Stop! Don't you dare touch that!" A sudden voice boomed from above. An old man dropped from the ceiling, colliding with the Class A student and knocking him flat on his back. He immediately scrambled toward the statue, running his hands over it with excessive care. A statue containing over 90% aura and 10% other materials. A masterpiece discovered in the Nightmare Lands. There aren't many like it in this world. Your filthy hands have no right to touch it. He practically screeched, hugging the statue as if it were a long-lost lover. I smacked my forehead. The man was a complete mess. Grayish-white hair, a ridiculous mustache, sagging skin. Short and wearing an expensive tuxedo that clashed entirely with his disheveled look. A chaotic disaster in human form. Everyone stared at him, unimpressed. Naturally, he noticed. He scanned the room, muttering under his breath as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 10, 21. Wait, I shouldn't count myself. That makes 20 students. He let out a delighted laugh. Finally, a decent number of students. As he continued mumbling, the prince, Aegon, stepped forward as the class representative. "Excuse me, are you our instructor for this lesson?" The old man frowned at Aegon, leaning in uncomfortably close. "And who do you think I am?" Aegon flinched at the bizarre behavior, taking a few steps back. "My apologies. It's just that we were confused when we arrived and found no one here. More importantly, how had he even come from the ceiling?" The old man stroked his mustache, ignoring Aegon as he walked toward the front of the hall. "What a dull way of speaking you have. Anyway, yes, I am your instructor for the most important lesson you'll ever take at this temple, survival arts." He gestured wildly, slamming his fist against the wall. "For years, fools have ignored my class. Barely anyone attended, all because of those idiots in administration. Why would they make my course an elective?" I knew what he meant. Classes were divided into two types, mandatory and elective. Naturally, the latter gave students the choice of whether to attend or not. Listen up, Sprouts. I am Luca Bonatiro, your instructor. Do you know what we do here? A black-haired, bespectacled student from class muttered under his breath. Learn how to survive? Instructor Bonatiro immediately pointed at him with a sharp glare. Exactly. A pen materialized in his hand as he scribbled on the board. The Eastern Nightmare Lands, the Southern Nightmare Lands, the North, the Demon Sea. The skies once ruled by unknown creatures. Bonatiro slammed his pen against the board, his voice rising. The world is vast, filled with the unknown. You pampered brats sleep soundly within the tiny empire. But what if, one day, you find yourselves out there? What if you come face to face with the horrors lurking beyond these walls? You are nothing but a tiny fraction of this world. How will you save your sorry hides when you know nothing? Silence. No one dared speak. We all understood that anything we said would only backfire. Then he turned to me. Actually, I should correct myself. I watched as Bonatiro made his way toward me, pressing his face uncomfortably close. Our friend here survived an entire year in the Nightmare Lands. Tell me, what did you see? What did you face? What did you discover? His wide-eyed stare bore into me. Instinctively, I stepped back. Seeing my reaction, the instructor paused. Ha! Talking about it must be difficult for you. We'll leave it for later. I frowned. Leave it for later? Was this crazy old man planning to corner me again? But he seemed to lose interest, quickly moving on. Listen up, Sprouts. Here you will learn how to survive. From navigating the Nightmare Lands terrains to identifying monsters and dangers. From gathering food to staying alive, and more. Bonatiro clenched his fist before motioning for us to follow. And we'll start with the basics. To the pool. Everyone frowned. The pool. We trailed behind Bonatiro in a disorderly line as he rambled on. The Demon Sea has incredibly high density and an overwhelming amount of aura pressure, making movement difficult. So, you'll be learning how to swim and fight under similar conditions. You are the elite, after all. Bonatiro pushed open the doors, revealing a massive hall with 3 enormous swimming pools. It looked like one of those world-class sports arenas from my previous life. He waved his hand lazily. You have 10 minutes to change and get ready. Move it, elite Sprouts. Just like that, the survival lesson had turned into a swimming class. I made my way to the changing room, feeling like we'd hit the beach episode way too early. The changing room was set up as if we were professional athletes, with our names marked on designated spots. My temple-issued blue swimwear was already waiting for me. I stripped down and pulled on the tight, short swimming trunks that had been provided. Damn it! There's nothing for the upper body? Something like that should have been included. But maybe, just maybe, it was removed on purpose. A convenient excuse to get a better look at our physiques. Where's the logic in that? As I muttered to myself, I suddenly felt several pairs of eyes on me. Turning around, I found everyone staring. What? I asked, just as Ragna and Danzo stepped forward. Their eyes locked onto my left arm. Man, you've got a tattoo. Ah, I had completely forgotten. Valerian's snake tattoo was fully exposed. That's sick. Is it real? I frowned as they reached out. Don't get too touchy, guys. It's just a tattoo. I knew Valerian was impressive, but I was the only one allowed to touch him. From the side, Aegon, who was still changing, chuckled. You never fail to surprise me, Fry Starlight. I sighed, making my way toward the exit. If you're that impressed, just get one yourselves. The boys filed out of the changing room, and the girls followed. Naturally, all eyes turned to them. They wore identical blue temple swimsuits, one-piece suits that highlighted their figures as they walked toward the pool. It was a sight to behold. Among them, Ceres Moonlight stood out the most. That flawless, pale skin and perfectly sculpted figure. Some were so mesmerized that I could literally see Ferrith and his entourage drooling. I sighed and headed toward the first pool, where Bonatiro was waiting. I had to admit it was mildly amusing. But was all this excitement really necessary? I'd understand if it were Sophia wearing something like this. But a bunch of 17-year-olds? It wasn't that impressive. As the rest of the class gathered, my eyes wandered, catching sight of Sansa at the front, as expected of a leader. And yet, for some reason, I noticed something new. She's really thin. Her physique was decent, but compared to the other girls, she was noticeably slimmer. Ever since I heard her story from Ada, I had unconsciously started paying her more attention. I must have stared too long because Sansa met my gaze. Her expression immediately twisted into suspicion and mild disgust, a clear misunderstanding. I quickly looked away before things escalated. Luckily, the instructor resumed speaking. The lesson begins. This session will last for an hour. In front of you are 3 pools. Bonatiro began, gesturing dramatically. The first pool closely resembles water before the gate incident. Almost no aura and minimal pressure. It's the easiest and best for beginners. He continued, standing in his expensive suit, looking comically out of place beside the pool. The second pool is infused with aura and has moderate pressure, considered an intermediate level. As for the third, he pointed toward it. That water comes directly from the Demon Sea. The aura pressure is extreme, making even basic movement a challenge. His sharp gaze scanned the students. You will all start with the first pool and work your way up. If you reach your limit, you may return to the first pool at any time. I will be monitoring your progress and evaluating your performance, so put in some effort. Now, the first 10 students, step forward. Hearing that, I moved ahead, followed by Snow, Danzo, and Ragna. Ragna grinned. Let's turn this into a competition. Whoever reaches the third pool and stays in the longest wins. Danzo, always up for a challenge, immediately agreed. Snow gave a nonchalant nod. I shrugged. No harm in a little competition. With Bonatiro's signal, we dove in. The first pool. The water was slightly heavier than what I was used to in my previous world, but with my current body, it wasn't an issue. I surged through the water, causing a small commotion. The others followed suit. Before long, we finished the first pool and rushed toward the second. That's when disaster struck. Ragna, in his excitement, lost his footing on the slippery ground. He skidded forward, crashing into Danzo, who in turn knocked into Snow and me. Damn it, watch your step. What the hell are you doing? The chain reaction caused a chaotic mess, prompting Bonatiro's wrath. You idiots! Do you think this is a game? Take this seriously. His voice, reinforced with aura, was especially grating, forcing us to regain composure quickly. We dived into the second pool. The second pool. The difference was immediate. My movements slowed, and I felt the pressure against my body. Bonatiro floated above us, his hands clasped behind his back. To advance, you must complete 50 laps back and forth. Don't get too excited just because you finished the first one. A collective groan filled the air. Then, everyone's aura exploded. A dark force enveloped my body as well. I shot forward like an arrow, piercing through the thick, jelly-like water. At some point, my body started burning from the exertion, but I couldn't stop. Not with muscleheads like Danzo and Ragna ahead of me. After half an hour of relentless swimming, I finally completed the 50 laps. My muscles screamed in protest from the continuous exertion. Unfortunately, the 2 muscleheads, along with Snow, finished just a few seconds ahead of me. Lifting myself onto the pool's edge, I let out a deep breath. Man, that was exhausting. To my surprise, Danzo and Ragna immediately made their way toward the third pool. Danzo, clearly frustrated at coming in second behind Ragna, seemed eager to reclaim his pride. I sighed. Where the hell were they getting all this energy? I sat there, catching my breath, until a white-haired girl with black eyes approached and sat beside me. Hey, Fry. I turned. Clanna? So you're here too? She nodded, kicking the water with her feet. Yeah. Surprised. Not really. You are a swordswoman, so it makes sense for you to have decent physical strength. She nodded in agreement. True. But unlike you, I haven't finished the 50 laps yet. I barely made it halfway. Oh? Then why are you sitting here? She shrugged. I can finish whenever I want.
No rush.
Really? Well, good for you then. I stared blankly ahead, only for Clanna to suddenly grab my left arm. Look at you. Fry. Where did you get this tattoo? I scowled when she touched it. Are you seriously doing this again? What if the same thing happens as before? This time she didn't panic. Instead, she laughed. We're surrounded by elite students, with the instructor right above us. I doubt you'll try anything reckless in this situation. Damn it. She had a point. Pulling my arm away, I distanced myself from her. Then don't touch me too much. Oh, come on. Can't you at least tell me where you got it? Ignoring her, I stood up with a frown. None of your business. I'm leaving. Clanna leaned back, smirking. You're really just gonna leave a hot lady all alone? I scoffed. What hot lady? I don't see one. Tuning out my cousin's antics, I made my way toward the third pool. Compared to the others, it was practically empty. Only 5 people were there, including me, Ragna, Danzo, Snow, and Dawn. 3 from Class B, 2 from Class A. Bonatiro strode through the air, his laughter echoing above us. You have 10 minutes to adjust to the water before I start attacking. Think of this as real combat training. I scowled. Bonatiro was an S-class awakened. Were we seriously expected to withstand his attacks while struggling against the crushing pressure of this water? I plunged into the third pool, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that threatened to drag me under. Immediately, I unleashed my full power just to stay afloat and move. What is this water? I wasn't the only one struggling. The others were barely managing to keep themselves above the surface. Bonatiro, however, showed no mercy. With a flick of his finger, he smirked. Let's begin. A small sphere of water formed at his fingertip. Then it multiplied. Dozens of identical spheres hovered around him before launching toward us at breakneck speed. Panic set in. Everyone flailed in a desperate attempt to dodge. But it was useless. Several of the hardened water spheres slammed into me, sending sharp waves of pain through my body, like I had just been shot. I nearly lost control and sank. Shit! Bonatiro let out a manic laugh, hurling more water projectiles with increasing speed. Dance for me, little fish. Move! The chaos in the pool had drawn a crowd. Onlookers gawked as we floundered under the relentless assault. You thought this was just a training session? Bonatiro's voice boomed. This is only the beginning. Caught in the frenzy, we thrashed wildly, scrambling to evade the strikes of our lunatic instructor. At that moment, I seriously questioned why I even bothered showing up to this class. Author's note: a quick breakdown of the world's geography compared to our real world. The empire is centered where Europe once was. The Arctic is now known as the Northern Nightmare Lands. Most of Asia has become the Eastern Nightmare Lands. Africa has transformed into the Southern Nightmare Lands. The Atlantic Ocean is now called the Demon Sea. The Americas have become the Ultras territories. Each Nightmare Land has its own unique terrain, creatures, and horrors. More details will be revealed in time. Chapter 52. The First Exam. Fry Starlight POV. Bonatiro bombarded us with relentless attacks, like a hail of bullets. We were nothing more than trapped rats in a cage, pelted with stones. Worse still was the cursed water. I could feel it pressing down on me, as if trying to crush me. Over 10 minutes had passed under this merciless assault. Despite our pitiful state and that lunatic professor's clear enjoyment of our suffering, I had to admit, perhaps this training had its merits after all. Under constant pressure, my body gradually adapted to the harsh environment. My combat instincts sharpened, my movements became more refined, and my body responded better. I wasn't the only one. Others like Snow had experienced the same. We had even started dodging some of the attacks. At this point, the third pool held 7 of us. Along with the original 5, Prince Aegon and Ceres Moonlight had joined. I wasn't surprised by the prince's arrival, But Ceres was another story. Her physique should have been weaker than the others, given her role as a wave controller. Yet here she was, outperforming even the duelists. Then again, she was cheating. Her primary affinity was water, which explained why Bonatiro's attacks stopped just centimeters from her body. Clicking my tongue, I made up my mind. I've had enough of this nonsense. I climbed out of the massive third pool and made my way back to the second. Bonatiro let out a laugh. What's the matter, Starlight? Is that all you've got? I waved a hand dismissively. Yeah. I had seen enough. Returning to the second pool, I found the others still struggling to complete their 50 laps. I sat at the edge, watching them push forward. Most of those here were either the weakest participants or long-range fighters who had never prioritized physical endurance. My gaze landed on Ferrith and his entourage. Kyle Walker had already finished the second pool, which was expected given his formidable build, yet he hadn't moved forward. It seemed he was waiting for Ferrith and Jan. On the other hand, Evan Sunlight was waiting for his sister, Scarite. I let out a sigh. What's the point of waiting for each other? This isn't a team competition. Regardless, I no longer cared about this session. With less than 10 minutes left, I decided to relax. It was a pool after all. As my mind drifted, my gaze landed on Sansa. She was with Adriana. My mouth slightly opened in surprise as I watched the bookworm Adriana thrash through the water like a gorilla, causing a ridiculous amount of commotion. What's her class again? Was she actually a close-range fighter? Today was full of surprises. Sansa, on the other hand, was visibly struggling. The trembling in her arms, her labored breaths, the way her face tightened in sheer determination to finish the task. She's completely out of stamina. At some point, her body simply stopped responding. I could tell she was about to sink. What are you doing? Huh. Before I even processed it, I had already reached her, my hand gripping her arm. I'll help you. Thanks, but I don't need your help. Even as she rejected my assistance, I tightened my grip and continued dragging her toward the edge. Too late. I already jumped in. I avoided making eye contact as much as possible. Why had I even jumped in to help her? Was it pity after hearing her story? Did I feel responsible for what happened to her? No, it wasn't that. I knew what kind of person I was. Then why? Within seconds, I had pulled her out of the pool. We both sat at the edge, silence stretching between us. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. Beside me, she couldn't hide her exhaustion. Her breaths came in heavy gasps, her body trembling slightly. For a brief moment, our eyes met. Then, she let out a dry, sarcastic laugh. What a gentleman. Your words don't match your expression. Sansa sighed. Of course not. I know what kind of person you are, after all. Even I don't understand myself anymore. How would you? She smiled as she got to her feet. I know. Thanks for your concern, Fry, but I don't need your pity. Pity? She nodded. Yes, I have a gift, Fry. Or maybe it's a curse. Seems you've forgotten. She clasped her hands behind her back in an almost delicate manner, taking slow steps away. I can read people's emotions just from their facial expressions, and your face, every time our eyes met, it showed pity. What I've been through made me who I am today. It made me stronger. So I don't need your pity, nor your help, yours or anyone else's. She gave me one last fleeting smile before heading back to Adriana, leaving me with a final, teasing remark. By the way, nice tattoo. With her gone, I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. What the hell is wrong with me? Since when did I become the type of person who pities others? The only one who deserves pity here is me. I needed to focus on what mattered. Running my hand over my face, I muttered to myself. Did my face really show pity? Wait, is that why she was angry when I confessed before? Did she realize I hadn't meant it? Did she think I was just toying with her? I should stay away from that girl. At that moment, I mentally placed Sansa in the same category as Ceres. The session ended, and everyone gathered at the entrance. slipping back into their temple robes after a quick bath. Bonatiro was scribbling furiously on a small board, his excitement obvious. Previously, he had handed out reports detailing our physical states, abilities, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. I had no idea when he had even written all of that. And now, according to him, he was finalizing the rankings to determine the winner, or, as he called it, the MVP of the session. At last, he smacked the board and shouted, "All right, come check your rankings." I wasn't particularly interested, but I activated Hawk's Eye to scan for my name from where I stood. Survival Arts, Session 1. Rankings. 1. Danzo Smasher, B4. 2. Ragnacloud, B3. 3. Snow Lionheart, A1. 4. Dawn Polaris, A4. 5. Fry Starlight, B9. 19. Sansa Valyrian, B9. 5th place. Huh? That made sense. I had given up in the final minutes. Danzo was celebrating loudly after making a remontada against Ragna, who looked dejected. But honestly, they had every right to be proud. Even if it was just through sheer physical ability, they had beaten the protagonist. As the others erupted into chatter, Bonatiro leaned in closer to his board, scanning it carefully. 1, 2, 3, 19? His expression darkened as he muttered, 19. It didn't take long to realize someone was missing. Bonatiro clutched his head, his frustration boiling over. Where is the 20th student? A quick process of elimination revealed the culprit. Ghost Umbra A2. I couldn't hold back a laugh as I pieced it together. Bonatiro, on the other hand, was losing his mind. Ghost. That sneaky bastard. He had slipped away the moment we left the ancient hall. Even Bonatiro hadn't noticed his disappearance. Ignoring the professor's outburst, I turned and walked away, as expected of the son of the strongest assassin. The rest of the day was uneventful. Another class with Sophia, who announced that our first exams were already approaching. The temple fostered a fiercely competitive environment, especially for elite students. Weekly exams, both physical and theoretical, were mandatory. I wasn't concerned about the physical test, but the theoretical one? That was another matter entirely. As I mulled over the upcoming exam, a sudden, inexplicable sense of danger crept over me. It only took moments to realize why. Just as I was about to turn at the end of the hallway, a man in a hooded cloak appeared out of nowhere. For some reason, I hadn't sensed his presence until the very last second, causing me to collide with him. Yet, the moment I was about to touch him, he vanished, only to reappear behind me in an instant. An invisible force gripped my body, keeping me from falling. I frowned, unable to identify the nature of this power. "Are you all right?" Hearing his voice, I took a proper look at his face, and my frown deepened. A man in his 40s, still maintaining a sharp, handsome appearance with neatly combed brown hair and piercing crimson eyes that darkened toward black, features I recognized all too well. I forced a polite smile as I met his gaze. "My apologies. I wasn't paying attention." "Haha. Be careful, kid. If you don't watch your step, you never know what kind of monsters you'll run into." "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you." He patted my shoulder before walking away, leaving me behind. "No worries, kid. Just be careful from now on." The moment he disappeared completely, the fake smile I wore collapsed, and a chilling bloodlust spread through me. "Kai Luke, Grand Sorcerer of the Temple. We meet sooner than I expected." I rolled my shoulders before continuing on my way. Sorcerers were a rare existence. They studied separately from us within the temple, and we wouldn't be sharing classes until our second year. That bastard was the temple's Grand Sorcerer, and the primary cause of the disaster that would strike 3 weeks from now. I need an anti-magic defense. Fast. I hurried back to my room, removed my jacket, and carefully placed it on the desk. Hawk's Eye. Activating my full visual capabilities, I inspected the spot where that bastard had touched me. Within moments, dark sparks flickered over my uniform. That bastard. In just a brief encounter, with nothing more than a pat on the shoulder, he had already cursed me. Kai Luke, an S-rank sorcerer and a contracted demon host. Barely visible threads of aura in his presence had allowed me to detect his incantation. I had no idea what kind of effect this curse had, but I needed to get rid of it immediately. Demonic aura wasn't easily dispelled. You either had to be stronger than the caster to destroy it, or you had to visit the church for purification, which was out of the question. The last thing I wanted was to step foot into a place filled with hypocrites. Fortunately, I had a third option. Opening my laptop, I quickly searched for what I needed. Instant demonic curse purifier, single-use cost, 500 achievement points. Current achievement points, 6,200. Tisk. I had no choice. I purchased the purifier. Normally, it would cost more, but I had limited it to a single-use effect to make it cheaper. A white aura enveloped my left hand as I pressed it against the cursed spot. The dark energy resisted briefly before disintegrating entirely. I exhaled slowly. All that from a simple bump? Don't worry. Kai Luke, I always return the favor. A wasted 500 achievement points. I changed into fresh clothes and left my room. That night, I roamed the elite dormitories completely naked. The next morning, dressed casually in black sweatpants and a hoodie, I left my room. I covered my face as I recalled the events of the previous night. When night fell, I stripped down and activated Phantom Step. Smoothly, I infiltrated the elite dorms, only to be overwhelmed with embarrassment as I strolled stark naked through the corridors. Just when I thought I would slip by unnoticed, a girl appeared out of nowhere. Thankfully, I reacted quickly enough to escape before she could see my face. But in return, I didn't get a look at hers either. All I remembered was the sound of her screaming. Damn it! By now, there were probably already rumors about a naked man wandering the dorms last night. I pushed aside my embarrassment and focused on what truly mattered. Achievement points. Today was important. For the first time in over a week, I would be leaving the temple. But not for leisure. The first practical exam was today. When I reached the temple gate, I spotted a young man with white hair and golden eyes. He wore a white jacket over black pants, his sharp features making him stand out no matter what he wore. A girl with black hair was chatting beside him. From the way he barely tolerated her presence, I could tell he was struggling. Deciding to help, I approached Snow. The moment he noticed me, he interrupted the girl mid-sentence. You're finally here, Fry. How's it going? I waved nonchalantly before glancing at the black-haired girl. First time we've met. Fry Starlight. Yeah. And you are. Even though I knew exactly who she was, I feigned ignorance. Lara Croft. Nice to meet you. Can't say the same about you. Excuse me? I raised a brow, but she simply turned her head away. Nothing. She had just mocked me. Behind her, Snow gave me an apologetic look. I sighed and let it slide. What were you two talking about? Snow sighed. Nothing. Lara was just saying some weird things. At that, Lara immediately snapped. You still don't believe me? I swear, I saw it. Her words piqued my curiosity. Saw what? Her next words sent a chill down my spine. There was a naked man wandering the elite dorms last night. I saw him with my own eyes. I turned my head immediately. Shit. The girl I had encountered last night was Lara Croft. Snow, having heard this a dozen times already, sighed. A naked man in the elite dorms. Well, you're an archer, so you have good eyesight. Did you see his face? Lara mumbled. It was dark, and he was too fast. Snow clearly didn't believe her, which only frustrated her more. Meanwhile, I tried to distance myself from the conversation as much as possible. At this point, Lara was losing her patience. She was still just a kid. Naturally, she'd get upset when no one believed her. Why won't you believe me? You know I wouldn't lie to you. I never said you were lying, but you must have misunderstood something, or maybe you imagined it. Cold. Hearing his flat response, Lara's lips trembled before she yelled. I saw him clearly. Oh dear God. If I could see my own face in a mirror right now, I might just laugh at myself. She saw what? Even after that, Snow remained unfazed, which only angered her further. She stormed off toward the gathering area. Snow, you're an idiot. Snow sighed. What's her problem? Do you actually believe what she said? Fry. He turned to me, snapping me out of my daze. I nodded vaguely. Yeah. She's probably just imagining things. Of course. I mean, how many first years could move fast enough to escape an archer's sight? Me, Ghost, maybe the prince, and you. The moment I heard his reasoning, I walked off immediately. Let's go. Enough nonsense. We'll be late for the exam. Cursing internally, I left with Snow. Mother, my dignity has been compromised. Chapter 53. Reaching the Goal 1. Fry Starlight's POV. Reaching the gathering point took only a few minutes. Both Class A and Class B were already assembled, waiting in silence. At the front stood Sophia, clad in tight jeans and a crisp white shirt tucked neatly inside, making her look particularly striking. I subtly distanced myself from Snow, wary that he might figure out what I had done last night, and blended in with my classmates from Class B. Everyone, get ready. We leave in 10 minutes. The moment Sophia made her announcement, a hush fell over the crowd. No one knew our destination except for me, of course. A few minutes later, a massive bus pulled up beside the gate. It was one of those high-end luxury buses you'd only see at major airports in my previous world, except this one was far more advanced. The vehicle's exterior was decorated with the image of 2 football players, while the word goal was boldly printed along its side. I frowned, failing to recognize the players. Then it hit me. More than 300 years had passed since the gate catastrophe. So, no Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi in this world? Yet another reason to return to my own world as soon as possible. How could I live in a place where the Don was nothing more than a forgotten name? All right, everyone, board according to your ranking. Most students were dressed in either the temple sportswear or combat gear, except for a few who seemed to think this was some kind of vacation rather than a test. Naturally, I belonged to that last group. The moment we stepped inside, we were struck by the sheer luxury of the interior. I dropped into my assigned seat and immediately sank into the plush leather cushions. My entire body relaxed, melting into the comfort. Damn, I could live in a bus like this. As I was settling in, a scoff came from nearby. Turning my head, I spotted Ferrith and his entourage seated close by. Understandable, given our similar rankings. It seemed the lesson from last time hadn't been enough for them. I made a mental note to deal with them later. For now, I'll just ignore them. I closed my eyes, trying to get some rest. The trip would take a while after all. At the front of the bus, Sophia remained seated, sifting through some papers, when Prince Aegon approached her, clearly hoping to get a hint about the test. Miss Sophia, may I ask where we're headed? She barely spared him a glance before responding indifferently. Nightmare Lands. 2 words. Yet their weight sent a ripple of fear through the bus. The Nightmare Lands? Did I hear that correctly? Yes. You may return to your seat now, student Aegon Valyrian. Sophia's tone left no room for further questions. A tense silence spread among the students. Jan Dover, in particular, couldn't hide his fear, his entire body trembling. What caught my attention, however, was Ferrith's reaction. Completely calm. Some students were smart enough to realize that the temple wouldn't recklessly endanger the elite, deducing that Sophia had left out key details. But Ferrith? Where did he get that confidence? Not that I cared much. The temple was located near the capital, Belgrade. Right now, we were heading toward the Aklas Mountains, specifically the lands belonged to the Starlight family. There was no way I'd miss the chance to sleep on these heavenly seats. Or so I thought. Ahead of me sat the 2 maniacs, Danzo and Ragna, who refused to shut up for even a second. And after hearing our destination, they unleashed a relentless barrage of questions, knowing I had survived there for an entire year. What kind of monsters are there? Are they strong? What do the Nightmare Lands look like? For every answer I gave, 10 more questions followed. I buried my face in my seat. Just let me sleep. After what felt like an eternity, we finally arrived at our destination. The journey had lasted several hours, with the bus escorted by 4 armored vehicles flanking us on all sides. Thanks to this, we never had to stop along the way. Unfortunately, I never got the sleep I wanted. Stepping off the bus lazily, I surveyed the surroundings. We had stopped at the edge of an empty road. Ahead of us stretched a vast green forest, extending as far as the eye could see, ending at the base of towering mountains in the distance. The Atlas Mountains. At that moment, Sophia called for everyone to gather. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with white hair and piercing green eyes. Allow me to introduce you, Eamon Starlight. He will be one of the supervisors for this test. After Sophia's introduction, Eamon stepped forward. The test is simple. You all recognize the forest before you. Correct. The answer was obvious. The Nightmare Lands. Eamon nodded before continuing. First, hand over your smartwatches and take these instead. He gestured toward a box Sophia was holding, containing 20 sleek, black rectangular watches. One by one, we surrendered our smartwatches and strapped on the new ones. The moment I put mine on, a number appeared on the screen. 0 meters. Most of the students had no clue what it meant, until Eamon explained. The name of this test is Reaching the Goal. These watches will track the distance you cover. Before you lies the Nightmare Lands. The Starlight family has cleared this entire forest, up to the distant mountains. We've eliminated the strongest monsters, leaving only those at your level to create a suitable environment for this test. Eamon waved his hand, summoning a translucent screen displaying various locations within the forest. Miss Sophia, the temple instructors, and I will be monitoring you in case of emergencies. However, keep in mind this is still the Nightmare Lands. Despite our efforts, we don't know what might unexpectedly appear. Stay vigilant and reach the goal. Testing his words, I took a few steps away from the bus. Immediately, the number on my watch changed. 4 meters. So that's how it works. This time, Sophia stepped forward. Points will be awarded based on performance. You are competing for yourselves and for your classes. The closer you are to the goal, the more points you earn. If a student is eliminated, their class will lose 50 points per person. So be careful. You have 2 hours to complete the test. Good luck. It seems Sophia was in charge of the exam. Now that it had become a competition between classes, Class A and Class B immediately split apart. In Class B, we gathered around Sansa and Saris. Sansa was the well-liked leader, while Saris was the strongest among us. Naturally, I stayed as far away from them as possible. The two began strategizing. Should we move as a group? Sansa asked. Saris shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Saris scanned the group before answering. Speed is key. If we move as one, some will slow us down, and we're not all on the same level. Her reasoning was sound. The muscular brutes like Danzo and Ragna nodded in agreement, while others, like Adriana, frowned. Sansa hesitated before voicing her concern. Are you suggesting we go solo? What if Class A attacks us? A valid point. The nightmare creatures weren't necessarily our only enemies. Class A could very well target us. Saris nodded, unfazed. Exactly. That's why we'll move in pairs. Pairs? 2 people of similar strength per team. That way, we can defend ourselves without being slowed down. As expected of Saris, she devised the most efficient plan. No one objected. Sansa was about to finalize the decision when Danzo and Ragna suddenly grinned like maniacs and bolted into the forest. Shit! We'll be the first to reach the goal. Like unstoppable tanks, they plowed through trees, creating a massive commotion. Seeing this, Class A panicked and immediately mobilized as well. All plans were thrown into the trash as everyone rushed into the forest. Each person chose their partner and prepared to move. At that moment, Saris took off alongside Clanna, who seemed to be her chosen partner. A massive pair of white wings formed from ice behind Saris, making her look like an angel. Everyone was stunned as she soared into the sky. That's cheating. She's giving herself an unfair advantage. Scarite Sunlight's voice rang out from the side. Saris didn't bother responding and simply kept ascending, until Eamon Starlight suddenly appeared above her. Ah, I forgot to mention, try not to fly too high. After all, we purified the land, not the sky. Who knows what might show up if you go too far up? Hearing that, Saris reluctantly nodded and descended. In that case, I'll just fly between the trees. She was about to put her plan into action when a massive fireball struck her left wing, sending her crashing back to the ground. From between the trees, Scarite emerged, flames surging violently around her arms. And where do you think you're going, Miss Moonlight? Saris dismissed her wings as she landed, facing Scarite with an impassive expression. Scarite, I should have expected this. Behind Scarite, dozens of fiery spheres materialized, each radiating immense heat. The orbs spun violently before unleashing a barrage of scorching rays at Saris. You're staying here to have some fun with me. Seeing the oncoming flames, Saris simply waved her hand. Instantly, a massive ice wall rose, blocking all the attacks. I don't have time to waste on you. In her palm, a cold, pale blue flame ignited, an eerie fire that froze everything in its path. The frozen blaze flared wildly as it surged toward Scarite. Knowing better than to take the attack lightly, Scarite conjured an intense inferno, the heat escalating to the point where her flames turned blue. With both unleashing their powers at full force, fire and frost collided, triggering a massive explosion that shook the forest. A clear display of the destructive power of two wave controllers. Within seconds, Clana appeared beside Saris, while Evan stepped in to support his sister. A fierce battle broke out between them, both wielding their swords. The test had officially begun. I, on the other hand, remained standing near the bus, right in front of Ferrith and his lackeys. Earlier, everyone had picked their partners. Ragna with Danzo, Saris with Clana, Sansa with Adriana. I was particularly surprised to see Adriana carrying a spear. Turns out she was a spear wielder after all. Anyway, since everyone else had already paired up, I was left alone with Ferrith's goons. Kyle Walker scowled. What are we supposed to do now? I don't want to team up with him. Neither do I, Jen muttered. I sighed. You guys do realize I can hear you, right? Deciding to put an end to their whining, I clapped my hands to get their attention. No need to form teams, guys. You can go ahead. I'll move on my own. Both Kyle and Jean's eyes lit up. For real? I nodded. Yeah. Ferrith, who had been silent until now, frowned. Fry, what are you up to? I shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing. You three have known each other for a long time. It only makes sense for you to form a team together. And you? I let out another sigh. Why are they so persistent? Just leave already. I'm used to working alone. I'll be fine. Jan leaned in to whisper to Ferrith. This is great, boss. If we leave him behind, he won't get many points. That way, we kill two birds with one stone. In the end, Ferrith reluctantly agreed, and the three fools finally took off. I turned my attention to the forest ahead. Everyone was occupied. Some were charging through the trees, while others were already fighting each other. They were all so busy. I smirked. Perfect. My watch indicated I had only moved 5 meters. Calmly, I walked back. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. 0. I climbed into the bus and returned to my seat. Stretching out comfortably, I grinned. Finally, I can sleep. Just then, Sophia boarded the bus, looking surprised. Fry Starlight, are you giving up on the test? I shook my head. Nope. Then why are you still here? I turned to her with a smirk. You told us to reach the goal, not to enter Nightmare Land. Sophia blinked before chuckling in amusement. Clever, very clever, Fry Starlight. Closing my eyes, I relished in my own brilliance. I wasn't clever, I was just a cheater. After all, I was the one who created this test. I drifted off to sleep, ignoring everything else. And if someone happened to glance inside the bus from the outside, they'd see me resting peacefully under the bold letters painted across its side. Goal. The goal was right here, you idiots. Chapter 54. Reaching the goal. 2. Time remaining for the test. 1 hour 34 minutes and 55 seconds. Explosions thundered through the vast forest. Students were scattered chaotically, each racing to cover as much ground as possible. At the forefront, Danzo and Ragna bulldozed through anything in their way. Strange creatures occasionally emerged from the shadows, but none were strong enough to slow them down. Danzo crushed the skull of a nightmare creature, a goblin-like being only taller, before glancing at his watch. Distance: 3,220 meters. Looks like we're leading the pack, Danzo called out, grinning as Ragna smirked. Let's keep moving. The others could catch up at any moment. The two had been running nonstop for nearly half an hour. Even in battle, they never halted, giving them a significant edge. Let's pick up the pace. Got it. Like unstoppable war machines, the two blazed ahead, widening the gap between themselves and the others. Meanwhile, farther back, a girl with violet hair found herself surrounded by 5 towering goblin-like creatures. The beasts lashed out with their long, razor-sharp limbs, aiming to tear her apart. But the moment they entered her range, she cut them down with a single strike of her spear. Wind gathered at the tip of her weapon, amplifying its power as Adriana lunged forward, eviscerating the monsters with lightning-fast precision. In an instant, all 5 were annihilated. She retracted her spear and let out a relieved breath, believing the fight was over. But just then, a goblin lunged from above, using the trees as cover for a surprise attack. It had waited for Adriana to lower her guard, seizing the perfect moment for a fatal strike. The creature thought it had succeeded, until it realized its body had been cleaved clean in two. Blue blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Adriana, how many times do I have to tell you not to leave your guard open? A calm voice spoke from behind her. Adriana turned to see Sansa standing there, her palm still outstretched. Still in shock, Adriana struggled to process what had just happened. Sansa, was that you? Sansa sighed as she stepped up beside Adriana. Who else? That was incredible. Adriana's admiration was genuine. She hadn't even seen the attack, let alone reacted to it. The fact that Sansa had struck so effortlessly proved she was no ordinary opponent. Incredible? What are you talking about? You're the incredible one. You took them down yourself. Unlike Ragna and Danzo, who charged recklessly ahead, Sansa and Adriana moved at a steady pace, simply walking. It wasn't anything special. And used to compliments, Adriana shrank slightly, embarrassed. You're strong, Adriana, but sometimes you need to fight for yourself. Hearing Sansa's words, Adriana lowered her head. Praise had always flustered her. In truth, she was shy about almost everything. After a while, the two stopped to rest. They checked the watches on their wrists, revealing the distance they had covered. Distance: 950 meters.
I'm sorry.
You have to keep stopping because of me. Sansa apologized sincerely, but Adriana quickly waved her hands.
No.
Don't apologize. We're doing fine. Besides, it's only natural since you're a wave controller. Sansa, still catching her breath, muttered under her breath. Even a wave controller shouldn't be this weak. Adriana remained silent, patiently waiting for Sansa to recover. By now, everyone knew about Sansa's poor stamina. The reason was obvious. The two sat beneath a tree, silence settling over them, until suddenly, everything changed. Sansa sensed a surge of energy hurtling toward them. She reacted instantly. A split second later, a devastating bolt of lightning obliterated the spot where they had been sitting. A young man emerged from the trees, golden eyes gleaming beneath tousled blonde hair. He laughed, arcs of electricity crackling over his sword. Well, if it isn't my dear sister? Sansa's expression darkened the moment she saw him. Aegon, what a surprise to run into you here. Forcing a smile, Sansa faced her brother.
À surprise?
I find that hard to believe. You know me too well. Aegon lazily swung his sword. Even that careless motion sent a bolt of lightning surging toward Sansa. In an instant, Adriana stepped forward. She gathered an immense amount of wind aura at the tip of her spear and stabbed forward, deflecting the attack. Adriana, the shy one? Since when did you become so brave? Aegon laughed as he dashed toward them, completely unfazed by the 2v1 disadvantage. Sansa, of course, didn't just stand by. Black mist gathered around her arm before she raised her palm. Sensing danger, Aegon threw himself to the side, narrowly dodging. Behind him, a massive scar carved through the trunk of a colossal tree, toppling it in an instant. Seems like you've got some dangerous attacks. Aegon steadied himself, while Sansa's expression darkened. Adriana was watching in astonishment. Once again, she hadn't seen Sansa's attack at all. Sansa stepped back. Adriana, focus on the enemy in front of you. Hearing Sansa's sharp tone, Adriana snapped back to attention, gripping her spear tightly. Listen carefully, we have the advantage. We can take him down. Understood. Adriana wasn't naive. She understood exactly what Sansa meant. One was a spear wielder. The other was a wave controller. Together, they made an almost unbeatable team. Adriana lunged first, her wind-enhanced spear streaking toward Aegon. He blocked effortlessly, but before he could counter, he felt another attack coming. He barely managed to dodge. Once again, a deep scar carved into the ground where he had stood. If I take one of those hits directly, I'll be out. Aegon chuckled, keeping up his defenses. Sansa was stronger than expected. Even with his enhanced lightning reflexes, he could barely dodge her attacks. He couldn't see them at all. Keep up the pressure. Aegon found himself drowning in relentless attacks, close range and long range alike. And yet, that grin never left his face. Meanwhile, in the most chaotic battlefield, Scarite sunlight gritted her teeth, exhaustion washing over her like never before. At first, fire and ice had been evenly matched. But now, she could barely hold her ground. The overwhelming frost devoured her flames, sapping away their strength. Dozens of massive ice swords and spears floated around Cerys, shimmering with an almost blinding brilliance. Then, all at once, they shot toward Scarite. Her celestial orbs had already shattered. Her flames were being smothered. She knew she wouldn't survive if she took this head-on. So, she unleashed everything. Skill. Flame cage. A whirlwind of blue fire spun around her, forming a dome to block the oncoming barrage. Ice melted at an alarming rate, steam flooding the air and creating a thick mist. Somehow, she managed to hold off Cerys's assault, but she was now gasping for breath, struggling to think. She needed a way to turn the tables. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I won't lose to her. Not again. But as she clenched her fists, she realized her legs were freezing over. What? No! She tried to burn through the ice, but Cerys's cold voice silenced her. It's over, Scarite. Scarite looked up, and what she saw made her blood run cold. Above Cerys, a colossal ice spear loomed, blotting out the sky. Without hesitation, Cerys hurled it down. Scarite could only stand there, staring in shock at the devastating attack descending upon her. Evan was locked in battle against Clanna. Both were exceptional duelists, making them well-matched opponents. Evan's sunlight wielded a sword engulfed in flames, while Clanna's blade radiated a blinding white light. From afar, the battlefield was a spectacle of red and white streaks colliding in midair. Each clash of their swords sent ripples of aura surging through the surroundings. Evan held the advantage in raw strength and endurance, whereas Clanna was faster and more technically refined. Their duel reached a deadlock. Then, in a split second, everything changed. A massive surge of aura erupted from nearby, pressing down on both fighters with overwhelming force. Their eyes widened as they turned, only to see a towering ice spear in the distance. Evan's heart clenched in panic. He spun around, shouting, "Scar! Clanna wasn't about to waste this golden opportunity. For the first time, her opponent had let his guard down. A terrifying surge of light aura erupted around her as she prepared to unleash her most powerful strike. 3 radiant stars shimmered around her heart, marking her as a third-stage Stardust user. Stardust? Northern Star. Clanna's foot slammed into the ground as she shot forward, becoming a streak of blinding white light. Damn it! Evan cursed, raising his sword in a desperate attempt to block. But she was too fast. Too late. Her radiant blade struck, engulfing Evan completely, threatening to cleave through his chest. But just before the blade could pierce his skin, a strange light wrapped around his body. Then he vanished. At the same moment, Scarite was enveloped in the same glow before the colossal ice spear crashed into the ground, burying her beneath its sheer force. For a moment, neither Ceres nor Clanna understood what had happened. But then, a mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Scarite Sunlight A5 and Evan Sunlight A6 have been eliminated. High above, atop a mountain watchtower, 2 figures materialized behind Eamon Starlight, the test overseer. He chuckled at the sight of them. Well, that was unlucky for you. Evan and Scar frowned in unison. Amidst the battlefield's destruction, Ceres and Clanna regrouped. Well done back there. Thanks to you, I managed to finish him off, Clanna remarked with a smirk. Ceres gave a silent nod as she checked her watch. Distance: 500 meters. Her expression tightened as her wings unfurled once more. We need to move. Got it. The 2 girls surged forward, racing against time. Our situation isn't bad. We've taken out 2 of their strongest fighters. It's too soon to celebrate. We have no idea what could happen next. Clanna scowled at Ceres's pessimism. Can't you be a little positive for once? Ceres didn't bother answering. Then, once again, the mechanical voice rang out. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Sansa Valerian B2 and Adriana Hygeforn B6 have been eliminated. The announcement struck like a thunderclap. Even Ceres was taken aback. What the hell are they doing? Clanna muttered. Ceres's expression darkened. Adriana was one thing, but for Sansa to be eliminated this quickly? We need to move faster. Just when Class B had gained the upper hand, Class A had flipped the tables. Aegon Valerian stood amidst a massive crater. Everything around him lay in ruins. Deep gashes covered his body, yet strangely, his wounds were healing before the eye. Ha! That was rough. Still grinning, Aegon waved toward the Trilene. A short girl with green hair and a childlike face hesitantly emerged. Her voice trembled. Did we win? Yeah, you did great, Emilia. She nodded and approached him. As she did, his wounds began healing at an accelerated rate, bathed in a soothing green glow. Within moments, Aegon was back to peak condition. As expected of the church's saint candidate, your power is no joke. Emilia Aderix A8, the only healer in the elite class. Even Aegon had struggled against the princess and her companion. But with Emilia's support, victory was his. Yet, as he flexed his hand, a faint shiver ran down his arm. What was that feeling? Earlier, he had overpowered Adriana and launched a relentless assault on Sansa. As their duel dragged on, he finally noticed the true nature of her attacks, blades of pure shadow. In the end, he deflected them and closed in, his sword an inch from slashing her throat. But at the last moment, her eyes turned pitch black. Aegon's instincts screamed danger. For an instant, he was certain she would turn the fight around. But then, nothing happened. He pushed the thought aside and gestured to Emilia. Let's move. Elsewhere, Ferrith's faction had eliminated Aaron Smith A10 and Thomas Newt A9. One was a swordsman, the other a wave controller. Yet, Ferrith's trio crushed them effortlessly. That was incredible, boss. You're getting stronger. Yeah, you took them down solo. Jan and Kyle were ecstatic. But Ferrith wasn't. Shut up. His sharp tone made them flinch. Ferrith checked his watch. Distance, 4,800 meters. Time remaining, 57:50. 57 minutes left. His jaw tightened. Who the hell took out Sansa? Lately, Ferrith had been acting strange. He was usually composed, but at the mere mention of Sansa, his mood would shift entirely. Jan and Kyle exchanged glances. Neither of them understood love. At the front lines, Danzo and Ragna sprinted forward. They had been running for an hour. Even their monstrous stamina was wearing thin. Ragna checked his watch. Distance, 6,400 meters. Time remaining, 50 minutes. Damn it! How much longer? Danzo growled. We're close, Ragna muttered. We're nearing the mountain's edge. Let's hope so. Too focused on moving forward, they failed to notice the danger lurking beneath them. Suddenly, their shadows darkened. A head emerged from the blackness, its abyssal eyes locking onto them. Danzo and Ragna, seasoned warriors, immediately sensed something was wrong. They spun around, ready to fight. But what happened next was beyond comprehension. Dozens of black threads shot out from their own shadows, binding them in place. A single moment, more than enough for a trained assassin. With twin daggers wreathed in black flames, Ghost Umbra lunged at Ragna's throat. One strike, instant kill. Ragna vanished. Danzo's eyes widened. His body erupted in light as he hurled a punch with the force of a missile. You bastard! The explosive attack obliterated everything in its path. But Ghost was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, shadows slithered across the ground, moving at terrifying speed. Danzo smashed the earth in a desperate attempt to catch him. But from the debris, a swarm of tendrils lashed out, swallowing Danzo in darkness. His senses vanished in an instant. On the other side, Ghost's daggers formed an X as he slashed toward Danzo's neck. One strike, instant kill. Danzo disappeared. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Ragna Cloud B3 and Danzo Smasher B4 have been eliminated. A lone figure with pitch-black hair and eerie eyes sighed. What a pain. When will this damn test end? His gaze swept the battlefield. Seems like I'm far enough ahead. Then, merging into the shadows, the ghost vanished once more. From the very start, he had been hiding in Ragna's shadow, waiting for the perfect moment. A true assassin. With the human tanks eliminated, Class B was now in serious trouble. Chapter 55. Reaching the Goal 3. Fry Starlight POV. Wake up, my son. How long do you plan to keep sleeping? Just 5 more minutes. Please, just 5 more minutes. My mother's voice was gentle yet persistent, but my bed had an irresistible pull. I couldn't bring myself to leave its warmth. Are you sure you want to keep sleeping? You might regret it later, she said, her voice tinged with something I couldn't quite place. My father's voice followed. Your mother is right. After all, 5 minutes is far longer than what we were given. Shake, shake. I felt small hands tugging at my waist, urging me to wake up. Wake up, brother. Slowly, I opened my eyes. My family stood around me. I studied their faces, memorizing every detail. I did this every day, terrified that one day I might forget them. My son, why are you crying? Huh. Finally, my mind snapped back into focus. My body jolted upright, panic surging through me as I reached out toward them. And then, in an instant, my world flipped upside down. I was no longer in my bed. Instead, I was slumped over a bus seat, my hand still reaching upward for something that no longer existed. Touching my damp cheeks, I muttered, "A dream, huh?" I took a deep breath, adjusting my posture. Remember, always remember what you have to do. Sighing, I gazed out the window. How long was I asleep? I glanced at my watch. Distance, 0 meters. Time remaining until the end of the exam, 23 minutes. We're almost done then. I scanned my surroundings. Sophia was nowhere in sight. In that case, I pulled out my laptop and checked the mission list. Bingo! A new objective had appeared alongside the side quests. Achieve first place in the exam. Reward: 500 achievement points. Perfect. That idiotic system always threw in missions like this, and I was more than happy to exploit them. This might just be the easiest 500 points I'll ever earn. As I navigated through my system's limited functions, my eyes landed on something that had been bothering me for a while. Host name: Fry Starlight, Dual Soul. Still here. That label, Dual Soul, had haunted me for some time now. At first, I thought it meant that my soul and the original phrase soul coexisted in this body. I even wondered if he was still alive, somewhere deep inside. But in the end, all that remained of him were instincts and habits, nothing more. I had been suppressing them more effectively lately. Soon enough, not even Ceres's presence would faze me. He won't come back to fight me for this body, right? That would be a real pain. I had no idea how I'd handle it. And then there was the SSS rank aura. A vast ocean of power lay dormant inside me, waiting to be used. But where had it come from? The system? No, I doubted it. That thing wasn't generous enough to hand me something like this for free. Too many mysteries. Pushing those thoughts aside, I stepped off the bus and took a deep breath of fresh air. I wonder how the exam is going. Distance: 5,000 meters. Ceres glanced at her watch. She had been flying for a while now. Beside her, Clana leaped effortlessly from tree to tree, her body glowing with an intense, blinding light. We took out 4 of them, and they took out 4 of us. We're even, Clana remarked casually. Ceres shook her head. No, we're at a disadvantage. And how's that? It's not about numbers. It's about who was eliminated. Ceres paused briefly before continuing. They still have their 4 strongest fighters. Meanwhile, we lost our best. She could still hear the voice from earlier, the announcement that Danzo and Ragna had been eliminated. It had hit them like a thunderclap. Now that you mention it, this is bad. And on top of their strongest 4, that monster Snow is still in play. Honestly, I can't even imagine him losing. And then there's that assassin, Ghost. Every time I see him, my body shivers for some reason. What do we do now? Do we even have a chance of winning? Ceres remained silent for a few seconds before responding. We have one chance. No, I can't even call it a chance. Unlike Ceres, who glided effortlessly through the air, Clana had to keep moving, slashing through obstacles as she leapt. But that didn't stop her from chatting. So, what's the plan? We need to regroup with the remaining fighters, or at the very least, find Fry Starlight. Clana raised an eyebrow. Fry? I thought you hated him. Ceres's expression didn't change. That has nothing to do with this. Fry is one of the few who can stop Snow. Leaving him out would be foolish. I see what you mean. If we form a 3-man team and take them down one by one, we might have a shot. But the real question is, how do we find Fry? I have a way, but it's not guaranteed. Clana smirked. As expected of the Ice Queen, you always have a plan. Ceres ignored the compliment and continued flying. For now, let's keep moving. At this point, Clana had given up trying to have a normal conversation with Ceres. She wasn't offended by the cold response. She simply voiced her thoughts without a care. But seriously, that guy is something else. From the disgrace of the Starlight family to this, who would have thought he'd become so powerful? Her words seemed to strike a nerve, as Ceres's expression darkened. Yes, he has become strong, but through twisted means. Clana frowned. What do you mean, twisted? Are you saying he relied on some external power? Ceres ignored the question. Let's focus on what we came here to do. She shut down any further discussion. Ceres recalled their previous duel. She hadn't challenged him for no reason. Ceres was sharp. She had suspicions about Fry and wanted to test his strength firsthand. She had a certain hypothesis, but no proof. Until she did, she would observe from a distance. For now, she closed her eyes and focused. We need to locate him. A soft blue glow enveloped Ceres's body before a sonic pulse spread outward. Skill. isolated wave. This ability allowed her to scan the area around her, detecting movement within a 2,000-meter radius. Unfortunately, it didn't reveal identities, only presences. After activating the skill, Saris confirmed 4 individuals. 2 of them were particularly close. Which one is Fry? If she chose wrong, it could spell disaster. But neither of them was Fry. After all, she had no way of knowing that he was still over 5,000 meters away, near the bus. At that moment, 2 figures rapidly approached. Clanna, get ready. We've got company. She didn't know if they were allies or enemies, so she prepared for the worst. Then, a surge of violent aura tore through the air as a colossal rock wall erupted, blocking their path. Saris hovered in place, frowning, while Clanna skidded to a stop. A mountain-sized wall stood in their way. Atop it, a young man with black hair and crimson eyes stared down at them. His flaming sword burned fiercely as he raised it. Sorry, but this is the end of the road. A ferocious firestorm erupted from the attack, surging towards Saris at blistering speed. She reacted instantly. Frost enveloped both of her hands, forming a massive, bell-shaped ice dome. The flames crashed against the frozen barrier, melting its surface, yet failing to breach it. Clanna's sharp gaze flickered toward the young man who had launched the attack, her eyes narrowing in recognition. Dawn Polaris, A4. Be careful. He's a dual-element wielder. But before she could say more, Dawn was already upon her. The one who should be careful is you. Clanna's sword was in her hand in an instant. Their blades met in a clash of steel and sparks. But a single strike turned into 2, then 8-16 in the blink of an eye. Dawn wielded his sword as though it were an extension of his own body, his movements terrifying in their precision. What the hell? Despite her desperate defense, fresh wounds kept appearing on Clanna's body. Each time she closed a gap in her guard, Dawn exposed a new one. Is swordsmanship at this level even possible? She gritted her teeth, struggling to keep up, while Dawn merely laughed. It's pointless. Her fate had been sealed the moment she crossed blades with him. After all, in terms of pure swordsmanship, even Snow himself was beneath him. His innate talent, sword master, granted him an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, dozens of ice swords materialized in the sky, all aimed at Dawn's back. They shot forward with deadly precision, fast and relentless. Yet Dawn didn't even turn around, because a surge of stellar aura erupted from him, obliterating the ice swords in an instant. And it didn't stop there. The shockwave continued forward, striking Saris head-on. She reflexively shielded herself with her wings, but the impact was too powerful. The force sent her hurtling backward, slamming into the ground. She recognized this power. From the depths of the forest, bathed in an overwhelming blue radiance of stellar aura, he emerged. His golden eyes burned as he raised his sword. Let's end this test. In that moment, Saris Moonlight stood face to face with Snow. At the front line, Ghost came to a stop, boredom etched across his face. He lazily checked his watch. Distance, 7,200 meters. Time remaining, 16 minutes. The towering mountains stretched before him. It wouldn't take long to reach the border. I'll stop here. Finding a sturdy tree, he reclined against the trunk, arms folded behind his head. His part in this test was done. For now, he simply lay there, savoring a rare moment of peace, until a deep frown crossed his face. How annoying! Before he could react, his form melted into the shadows. A split second later, the tree he had been resting on was reduced to splinters, torn apart by a devastating barrage of wind blades. Ghost reappeared on the ground, running a hand through his hair. Can't a guy nap in peace? Above him, a lone figure hovered in mid-air, a young man with long golden hair. Farith. For some reason, he looked utterly livid. A storm raged around him. Tisk! A colossal tornado descended upon Ghost. He dodged effortlessly, But the moment he moved, the ground shuddered violently. The terrain fractured, breaking apart and launching skyward, trapping Ghost within it. From a distance, Jan manipulated the earth, causing powerful tremors. As a massive boulder soared through the air, Kyle Walker leaped onto it, his fist swelling with monstrous power. With a single punch, the entire rock exploded. Ghost, caught within the debris, plummeted, only for Ferrith to unleash a wind blast, reducing the fragments to dust. For a brief moment, the trio assumed victory, until Ghost reappeared below, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Nice teamwork. Now, can we end this? I really don't feel like fighting anymore. Ignoring his words, Jan and Kyle rushed forward, launching a relentless assault. One was fast and unyielding, the other was brutally powerful. Yet, Ghost didn't even lift his arms. Dodging effortlessly, he weaved through their attacks. Boredom was evident in his expression. As an assassin, close-quarters combat was a death sentence. But against these two, he couldn't even be bothered. If Danzo or Ragna had fought him head-on, things might have been different. But Jan and Kyle? They weren't a threat. While effortlessly dodging, Ghost sighed. Guys, I'm not even fighting back. Just let me go, will you? Damn it! Jan and Kyle cursed, frustration mounting as they failed to land a single hit. Then, a voice rang out. Step aside. I'll handle this myself. Reluctantly, the duo backed off. Ferrith stepped forward. Ghost's curiosity stirred as he studied the man before him.
Villainous aura surgé.
Fast. Too fast. Ghost's expression darkened. His aura, its approaching C-rank. Without hesitation, Ferrith unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. Ghost sighed and finally pulled his hands from his pockets. Twin black daggers flickered into his grip. Some attacks he parried, others he dodged. Ferrith Earliot, huh? His eyes sharpened as he studied his opponent. Above them, dozens of tornadoes formed, all locked onto him. Were you always this strong? Something was wrong. Ferrith was far stronger than he had been in his battle against Fry Starlight. The difference was staggering. The tornadoes crashed down. Ghost clicked his tongue. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously. When the dust cleared, Ghost was nowhere to be seen. Somehow, he had appeared behind Ferrith, his shadow-infused daggers slashing toward his neck. Ferrith intercepted the attack with his sword, their faces inches apart. Tell me, are you the one who eliminated Sansa? Ghost's brows furrowed in confusion. Eliminated who? A powerful gust blasted him away, followed by another storm of razor-sharp wind blades. Answer me. Ghost sighed and sank into the ground. I have no interest in eliminating more people. Extra work is a pain, especially against maniacs like this. I'll just stall for time until the test ends. As Ghost flickered between shadows, Ferrith relentlessly bombarded the area. It continued for a while, until Ferrith, on the verge of unleashing a final, devastating attack, abruptly halted. A loud announcement echoed through the battlefield. Fatal strike! Fatal strike! Jandover B-10 and Kyle Walker B-8 have been eliminated. Ferrith's expression twisted. What the hell is going on? And then, he turned, just in time to see a blazing arrow streaking toward him. He barely managed to conjure wind barriers, deflecting the projectile at the last second. Perched atop a tree, a girl with an elegant blue bow had already knocked another arrow. Lara Croft. Oops, your friends were dumb enough to drop their guard. I just couldn't resist. She had sniped them in the head. A punishment for their carelessness. Ghost reappeared nearby, stretching. Great. Now you can fight while I go somewhere else. Lara frowned. What? Let's finish him together while we have the chance. Ghost sighed. Why should I? Before she could argue, a deafening roar shook the air. You bastards! Are you mocking me? Spheres of wind manifested, distorting the space around Ferrith. Ghost and Lara froze. Wait, those orbs? That's a privilege exclusive to wave controllers. Lara's voice trembled. Wasn't he a swordsman? Ghost narrowed his eyes. Forget the orbs. These waves. Upper-tier property. Sound. Neither of them understood. What the hell was happening to Ferrith? And then, Ferrith unleashed hell. Ignoring all strategy, he simply erased everything in sight. Chapter 56. End of the test. The battlefield reaches its climax. Clanna Starlight stood her ground, but against Dawn Polaris, she was utterly powerless. He commanded both fire and earth, weaving them seamlessly into his attacks. From start to finish, she hadn't managed to land a single strike. Then, in a desperate gamble, 3 stars blazed around her heart. Pouring everything into one final assault, her sword burned with radiant light as she launched herself forward at terrifying speed. Stardust, Northern Star, a devastating strike, but Dawn merely laughed. Sorry, girl, but this is where it ends. Dozens of stone walls erupted in her path. She shattered most of them, but the moment she broke through, Dawn was gone. Suddenly, the ground beneath her softened, trapping her in place as the earth itself lifted her skyward. Above her, Dawn spun at blistering speed, his sword engulfed in roaring flames. All Clanna saw was a whirling inferno barreling toward her, while she remained helplessly bound to the earth. Then, the flames crashed down, and just like that, fatal strike. Clanna Starlight, B5, has been eliminated. Dawn landed effortlessly, not a single scratch on him. His gaze shifted to the distant battlefield. Looks like they're about to finish up over there. Elsewhere, amidst the ruined battlefield, Ceres gasped for breath. The unbreakable ice she once prided herself on was shattered. From the very start, Snow Lionheart had bombarded her with an onslaught of elemental fury. Fire, lightning, wind, sound, light, and above all, the power of the star. He wasn't just a warrior. He was an entire army in a single body. Ceres let out a breathless chuckle as her body began to glow. Do monsters like this really exist? The ground beneath her froze solid. Snow narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Ceres didn't answer. The ice spread further, 100 meters, then more, turning everything around them into a frozen wasteland. Her voice was quiet but resolute. A farewell gift.
Ice formation, frost explosion.
The very ground erupted, sending a colossal wave of ice surging into the sky. Everything was swallowed whole, and Snow was at its center. At first glance, it looked like total victory. But then, from deep within the frozen monolith, a blazing blue light ignited, and in an instant, the entire attack was split in two. Snow tore through Ceres's final strike as if it were nothing. He appeared before her, unharmed. I told you, it's useless. His sword was already descending toward her throat, but in that moment, Ceres whispered under her breath. Skill, blink. She vanished. All that remained was a lifelike ice sculpture in her place. Snow scowled. Behind him, Dawn clicked his tongue. Damn it, man. You let her get away. Far away, Ceres reappeared in the distance and collapsed. Her breath was ragged. Blink had drained every last ounce of her aura, teleporting her as far as her remaining energy allowed. She leaned against a tree, exhaustion crushing her. We lost. Only 3 members of Class B remained. Class A still had 6. It was a total defeat. Snow and Dawn scoured the battlefield, but Ceres was gone. They turned to the clock. The numbers flashed before their eyes. Distance, 5,900 meters. Time remaining, 10 minutes. Just then, 2 figures emerged. Aegon Valyrian with Emilia Aderix following close behind. Snow frowned. What are you two doing here? They were headed in the opposite direction of their objective. Aegon let out a dry chuckle. We've been deceived. Snow and Dawn spoke in unison. Deceived. Aegon exhaled, his voice steady yet grim. I reached the test boundary earlier. There was nothing there.
No objective.
From the very start, we weren't moving toward our goal. We were moving away from it. Snow's eyes widened. You mean the target? Aegon nodded. Yes, it was in front of us all along. Snow cursed under his breath. Dawn scowled, checking the time. 9 minutes left. His voice was grim. It's useless. We won't make it in time. But at that moment,
Snow saura de Tonatède.
a violent storm of power erupted from his body, stunning everyone. It's not over yet. And then, he vanished. Void step. A deafening shockwave shattered the ground as Snow reappeared far ahead, tearing through the battlefield like a meteor. And then, he did it again. Void step. Each step cut across vast distances, a blur of overwhelming speed. His destination? The place where everything began. Fry Starlight POV. I leaned against the bus, drowning in boredom. Glancing at my watch, I saw there was only 1 minute left. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I had been watching the test for a while now. Class A had completely dominated Class B. But they wouldn't win. After all, they had no idea what this test was truly about. And by the time they figured it out, it would already be too late. Victory was mine. I was just about to step onto the bus when a sudden presence caught my attention. Frowning, I activated Hawk's Eye, and what I saw was impossible. Through my enhanced vision, I spotted him. A figure drenched in a multicolored aura, streaking toward me like a shooting star. You've got to be kidding me. He was coming. Snow. I glanced at the timer. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds is more than enough for him to reach here with Void Step. He must have been spamming it non-stop to cover this much distance. In that case, I drew my sword, muttering a curse. Nothing ever comes easy, huh? No matter. I was getting bored anyway. Taking a deep breath, dark aura exploded from my muscles. Then, I leapt, plunging straight into the darkness towards Snow. At that moment, he saw me. Fry! He must have been completely drained from using Void Step so many times, which meant I only had one job to do. Sorry, hero. But this is where you turn back. Time remaining, 30 seconds. This time I could handle it. Before, my body couldn't unleash it properly, but now, 10,000 steps of shadow, infinite darkness. Snow's expression twisted in shock as a massive wave of darkness surged toward him. A violent burst of starlight aura erupted from his body as he swung his sword in a desperate attempt to block it. Time remaining, 20 seconds. Darkness and starlight collided. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. But this time, the darkness devoured the stars completely. My attack wasn't enough to eliminate him, but it was enough to send him flying, tearing through everything in his path. Trees, land, even the monsters themselves, nothing survived the shockwave. Time remaining, 10 seconds. I landed back beside the bus, exhaling as a loud voice echoed across the battlefield. The target test is over. Please remain in place for transportation. A smirk tugged at my lips. Like I said, victory is mine. A bright light engulfed everyone as they were transported one by one. Aegon and Dawn were making their way toward us, Emilia trailing behind them. Cerys, still leaning against a tree, vanished as she was transported. It's finally over, she murmured weakly. Not far away, Ghost let out a tired sigh. He was carrying Lara Croft, who had been completely overwhelmed by Ferrith's madness, leaving him no choice but to carry her. That was a pain in the ass. Despite his complaints, his gaze remained fixed on a lone figure floating unconscious in the sky. Ferrith Earlet. The sheer power he had displayed left behind more questions. Whether they had been eliminated or had survived until the end, everyone returned to the starting point. And with that, reaching the goal test came to an end. We stood near the bus as the instructors gathered in the center. Sophia stepped forward. The test was a success. Class A eliminated 7 students from Class B, while Class B only managed to eliminate 4 from Class A. So far, the results favor Class A. Now onto the individual rankings. She manipulated the smart tablet in her hands before announcing. In first place, with a perfect score, Fry Starlight, B9. A stunned silence fell over the group. Everyone, except Snow, who already knew I was here, turned to stare at me. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, I burst into laughter. Then, with a dramatic flip, I leapt into the air and struck a flashy pose. And this sui for you all. Even Sophia frowned at that. As for the students, they were looking at me like I was certifiably insane. I sighed, shaking my head. They just don't appreciate the goat anymore. Chapter 57, Traders. Akla's Mountains, Eastern Empire. Dozens of shadows streaked through the mountains with astonishing speed. A closer look would reveal their shared features, distinctive traits that marked them as members of a particular family. Sir Duncan, what do we do now? A young man near the back shouted, his voice laced with panic. He could no longer suppress his fear. They were on the verge of leaving the safe zone and stepping into the true nightmare lands. At the front of the group, the old man, Duncan, frowned. His thick beard and long white hair stood in stark contrast to his muscular physique. With a deep sigh, he spoke. We have no choice but to enter the nightmare. It's either that or death. His grim words only confirmed the worst fears of those behind him. Duncan cast a slow, assessing glance at his companions before shaking his head. What a waste. If only we had been more careful, we wouldn't have been discovered. Regret gnawed at him as his mind drifted back to the events that led them here. After the last summit, the great families launched a large-scale purge, eliminating any suspected traitors. As a senior figure of the Starlight family and an S-rank awakened, Duncan had never expected to be exposed. But he had underestimated the Starlight family, underestimated what they were truly capable of. Backed into a corner, he chose to flee with his followers before the situation spiraled out of control. That decision had brought them here. The Eastern Nightmare Lands were among the most dangerous territories in existence, second only to the south. And Duncan knew the truth. Out of everyone present, he was the only one with even the slightest chance of survival. His goal was to cross the Nightmare Lands, circle the Demon Sea, and reach the Ultra's territory. But fate wouldn't even give him the chance to try. Just as that thought crossed his mind, an immense, crushing pressure descended upon him. His expression stiffened in horror. He recognized this aura.
Non. Impossible.
She's already here. Teeth clenched, Duncan barked a warning. Everyone, prepare yourselves. They've caught up. Before his words had even fully settled, the sky blazed with light as the clouds were torn apart. And then hundreds of radiant fists plummeted from above, descending like the wrath of the heavens. Each massive strike, as large as an entire house, crashed down in an unrelenting barrage. The devastating assault swallowed the landscape in an explosion so deafening it seemed to shake the world itself. Duncan alone had managed to shield himself. His followers, however, had been wiped from existence, so thoroughly that not even their remains were left behind. Panting heavily, Duncan struggled to steady himself. And then, like a white meteor, a figure descended from the sky, crashing into the ground before him. From the glowing impact emerged a woman. White hair, pitch-black eyes, an overwhelming aura of raw, oppressive power. Carmen. At that moment, she did nothing to hide the fury in her expression. Look at you, Duncan. Her voice was calm, yet razor-sharp. Tell me, why are you still alive? She took slow, deliberate steps forward, and with each one, the weight of her presence intensified. The ground itself began to crack under the sheer force of it. You were there, Duncan. You witnessed the war of light. Her fist clenched. 7 blazing stars ignited around her heart, burning with searing intensity. And yet here you are, turning your back on everything. Carmen lunged. Her punch was intercepted, a thin, gleaming blade blocking its path. In response, 6 stars erupted from Duncan's body as he prepared to fight. You wouldn't understand, Carmen. You didn't see what I saw. Her expression darkened, teeth grinding together. Save your excuses. One punch, two punches, then a relentless storm of blows. Each strike crackled with light. Though she fought with bare hands, Duncan's sword, sharp as it was, failed to leave even a scratch. At best, he barely managed to deflect her attacks. His mastery of the blade the only thing keeping him alive. Behind him, massive craters, shaped like fists, marred the mountain, a testament to the sheer force he had endured. But Carmen was in no mood to hold back. With every strike, her power surged. And then she roared. You knew they were responsible for Abraham's death. Like a violent storm, she bulldozed through Duncan, tearing apart everything in her path. Tell me, Duncan, who do you think he died for? Duncan countered, unleashing a flurry of dazzling, crescent-shaped slashes. I told you before, you don't understand. We cannot fight them. His blade finally found its mark, piercing Carmen's defenses. A flurry of devastating strikes followed. There is no hope for us. You have no idea what kind of entity you're challenging. This is no longer a war between men. With one final push, Duncan forced Carmen back, gathering every ounce of strength he had for a decisive blow. It's either this or death, and I refuse to be the one who loses. The Atlas Mountains were bathed in a brilliant radiance as Duncan swung his sword with all his might, aiming for Carmen's throat, seeking to end everything in a single stroke. An S-rank awakens full-powered attack. His blade sliced through the air only to stop cold. Duncan's eyes widened in disbelief. A bare hand had caught his sword. Carmen's fingers curled around the blade like an unbreakable vice. A strange electric blue energy pulsed around her arm. Proof that she was finally taking this seriously. Go to hell. With a single punch, Duncan and the mountain behind him were obliterated. For a moment, all was silent. Then, in the blink of an eye, the Atlas Mountains were swallowed by a blinding, radiant light. From the light, Carmen emerged, dragging an old man by his hair. Duncan's right arm had been completely erased, along with his shoulder and part of his chest. A fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound, painting everything in crimson. Drenched in his blood, Carmen's hands ignited once more, blazing with the power of a star. She seared his wounds shut as she muttered under her breath. No, you won't die. You won't. I won't let you. Duncan remained conscious, desperately trying to scream. But each time he opened his mouth, only blood poured out. Carmen paid no heed to his suffering. She simply continued his torment. I'm not done with you yet. She had left him alive on purpose. Despite the overwhelming urge to kill him, she forced herself to hold back. After all, the dying old man before her might still hold valuable information. In his current state, Duncan was weaker than a 5-year-old child. Yet, despite his pitiful condition, Carmen's instincts, sharper than those of any wild beast, screamed a warning. Her brows furrowed in confusion as Duncan's body convulsed violently, his frame writhing in an attempt to break free. At first he coughed up thick, crimson blood, but now what spewed from his mouth was black, a putrid, nauseating bile. His eyes darted frantically, as if trying to escape their very sockets. Then, as a strange, eerie force surged through his body, his trembling hand managed to shove Carmen away. Her eyes widened. Before her, Duncan's body twisted and contorted grotesquely. Dozens of worm-like tendrils slithered beneath his skin, forming black, arcane symbols across his flesh. From the shoulder that had once been obliterated, a new arm sprouted, jet black, with elongated, claw-like fingers. A deafening scream tore through the mountains as Duncan lunged at Carmen. I told you. You wouldn't understand. No one does. Now look at what you've done. Carmen crossed her arms in an X, bracing for impact. But the monstrous new limb struck with unimaginable force, sending her flying straight into a distant mountainside. The moment she crashed, a shockwave rippled through the air. She lay there, momentarily stunned, not just by the impact, but by the sheer power radiating from Duncan. His energy had surged past S+. The light around him flickered and died. Darkness took its place. Carmen muttered in disbelief. This is impossible. Light and darkness, two opposing forces. A body shouldn't be able to contain both. Yet the man before her had shattered that rule. As Duncan's relentless attacks continued, the 7 stars around Carmen spun wildly, and so, deep within the Aklas Mountains, a brutal battle erupted. Fry Starlight POV. Sophia continued reading out the results, doing her best to ignore the SUI I had let out earlier. She explained the point allocation system. First place earns 1,000 individual points. Second place gets 500. Third, 250. The remaining survivors receive 100 each. Additionally, for every successful elimination, you gain 50 points. If you're eliminated, you get 0 unless you manage to take someone down before going out, in which case you still keep the 50 points. She lifted her gaze and looked at the group. Now, you might be wondering, what's the use of individual points? The answer is simple. These points hold immense value within the temple. You can exchange them for weapons, skills, money, anything. As long as you're inside the temple, these points are worth more than anything else. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. And honestly, who could blame them? She had just told them they could buy anything with these points. No wonder they were giving me strange looks, the guy who had just secured a whopping 1,000. Ignoring their stares, Sophia continued tapping on her panel, projecting a larger screen that displayed the full rankings. First, Fry Starlight, 1,000 points. Second, Snow Lionheart, 500 points. Third, Aegon Valerian, 350 points. Fourth, Ghost Umbra, 200 points. Fifth, Ferrith Earlet, 200 points. Sixth, Lara Croft, 200 points. 20th, Aaron Smith, 0 points. Everyone checked their scores. Only 4 people from Class B had managed to secure points. Me, Ferrith, Saris, who earned 150, and Clana, who got 50. Sophia gave us a moment to process the rankings before announcing the class scores and official standings. The class score is the sum of your points divided by 10. Keep in mind, each elimination costs your class 5 points. The final totals are as follows. Class A, 130 points. Among everyone here, this score mattered most to the prince and princess. It was a crucial factor in the race for the throne. Even Mikar himself would be reviewing these results. Since the end of the test, Sansa hadn't lifted her head once. I wondered what was going through her mind right now, but from what I heard, she had lost directly to Aegon. Perhaps everything had gone just as he planned. Ghost was the one who eliminated Danzo and Ragna, and knowing him, he wouldn't have done so without a reason. Aegon must have struck some kind of deal with him. He was also the one who sent Snow and Dawn to Saris, eliminated Sansa, and was the first to uncover the real objective. Yet, even he hadn't accounted for 2 variables. Me and Ferrith, who somehow survived until the very end. That brought us to the present situation. Sophia continued. Class B, 105 points. She turned to us. You avoided disaster thanks to Fry Starlight's quick thinking. But I expect better from you, Class B. With that, she left us with her final remark before stepping onto the bus. We followed suit. Quick thinking. No, neither quick thinking nor strategy had anything to do with it. Like I said before, I'm just a cheater. But she wasn't wrong. Class B only survived because of me. After all, my 1,000 points alone contributed 100 out of our total 105. Imagine if we had ended up with 130 to 5. It would have been a catastrophe. I took my seat, ignoring the different reactions around me. I had a feeling Aegon would be knocking on my door soon after everything that happened today. A new source of trouble. The ride back was uneventful. Surprisingly, Danzo and Ragna were quiet. I smirked. They must have been sulking. They weren't weaker than Ghost. If they had faced him head-on, he wouldn't have beaten them so easily. But because of their arrogance and impatience, they suffered a decisive defeat. A valuable lesson for them. Wait, why do I even care if they learn from it? I smacked myself. I need to get a grip. I spared one last glance at Sansa. She always helped Fry. Consider these 100 points a small repayment. Not that it mattered. I was going to win them regardless. I wanted to check my tasks now, but pulling out my device and tapping away like a madman would attract attention I didn't need. With a sigh, I leaned back into my seat. The return trip was quiet. After a few hours, we finally reached the temple grounds. The crimson sun hung low in the sky, casting its final glow over the land. Winter's chill had begun to creep in. I could see my breath in the cold air as I stepped off the bus. One by one, we disembarked. Sophia was about to deliver a closing speech when a sudden commotion erupted nearby. The sound was unmistakable: voices, footsteps, an undeniable sense of urgency. A crowd of temple students had gathered in the distance, all converging on the same spot. Something was happening. Sophia frowned and pushed forward to investigate. The rest of us followed. At first, I wasn't concerned. But as we drew closer, a familiar scene played out in my mind.
No.
It's too soon for this to happen. Yet reality proved me wrong. My eyes widened as we stepped into the temple's main plaza. A massive crowd had formed, all staring in the same direction. At the heart of the square, against the pristine white marble of a towering structure, ran a single red line. A streak of blood. Blood that dripped from a body suspended high above. A human corpse. A wave of reactions swept through the students. Some gasped in disbelief. Others stumbled back in horror. Some thought it was a joke. Others knew better. As for me, I simply cursed under my breath. Sophia, however, reacted instantly. "What the hell are you all doing? Get back!" Her voice cut through the murmurs as she sprang into the air, landing effortlessly beside the hanging corpse. At the same time, temple staff and instructors rushed in, trying to scatter the crowd. I let out a dry chuckle and turned away. Pointless, Sophia. I knew exactly what she was trying to do. She wanted to suppress this. An incident like this would shake the temple's reputation to its core. But unfortunately for her, if events were unfolding the way I had written them, this wouldn't be the only body. Soon more would appear scattered throughout the temple grounds, one after another, until the temple could no longer hide the truth, until the scandal became too great to contain. I cast a final glance at the corpse as they began lowering it. It has begun. Deep in the Aklas Mountains, a woman stood motionless before a corpse, dark fumes rising from its remains. Carmen exhaled, a slow breath escaping into the cold air. Her expression was unreadable. She lifted her hands, inspecting them carefully. Both were encased in ominous black gloves, tainted, unnatural, as if woven from something far beyond human understanding. A metallic ring echoed through the air as she clenched her fists. Duncan was dead, beaten beyond recognition. His body was no longer human, it had become something else entirely. The black sigils carved into his flesh pulsed with a sickening glow, radiating waves of malevolent energy. Carmen sighed. What the hell is happening here? Chapter 58. Fry Starlight's Fate. Fry Starlight POV. A full week had passed since the assassination incident. I lay on my bed, eyes fixed on the holographic screen hovering in front of me. Something akin to a futuristic television. It had taken me an entire month to figure out how to operate it properly. Right now, the news was playing. It hadn't stopped for even a moment all week. No matter how many channels I switched to, they were all covering the same story. As a side note, the Holy Church, led by Bishop Joseph Platier, had launched a large-scale purge, executing countless individuals labeled as traitors. Joseph Platier, that was a name I remembered. After all, SS-ranked awakened were exceedingly rare, yet the church had 3 of them, and he was one of them. Fortunately, I had no intention of staying in this world long enough for them to become my problem. But setting the church aside, the main headline across every news outlet remained unchanged. Temple scandal. Dozens of students assassinated within the temple grounds. A tragedy that raises serious doubts about the place once considered the safest sanctuary. Is it truly safe to send our children there? Why did we pour so much money into supporting the temple? And to make matters worse, the assassins were students themselves. No intruders, no external enemies. Everything had happened from within. The temple wasted no time. Every last culprit had been apprehended. But it wasn't much of a mystery. These students had committed their killings in broad daylight, almost as if they wanted the world to know. Through Ada, who contacted me daily, I managed to gather more details. First, all the captured students displayed identical symptoms. Mysterious runes appeared across their bodies, temporarily granting them a massive surge in power before triggering severe side effects. Vomiting, coughing up blood, panic attacks, and more. The temple was at a complete loss, unable to understand what they were dealing with. Meanwhile, Carmen had managed to secure the biggest lead. Unfortunately, he hadn't survived. For now, they had no clue what was going on. But, of course, I did. The source of their sudden strength? Demon blood. A specific type of demon blood had been injected into their bodies, and the runes served as catalysts to activate that power. This was what they called the second-generation contract. The first-generation contract had only allowed demons to grant a fraction of their aura to a human. But now they had advanced to the next stage. The level of power they gained depended entirely on the demon's rank. The higher the rank, the greater the strength. It wouldn't take long for human scientists to uncover this, especially now that they had live specimens. At that moment, I pushed aside all unnecessary distractions, focusing only on what truly mattered. I opened my laptop with a sigh. The infiltration event had officially begun. This was just the start. I navigated to my quest log. Side quest: rank first in the target test. Reward: 500 achievement points. Completed. Defeat Snow Lionheart. Reward: 1,000 achievement points. Completed. The second quest caught me off guard. My previous clash with Snow had been recognized as a victory, granting me a hefty amount of points. Current achievement points: 8,800. So close. I'm so close. Ignoring my total for now, I scrolled down to what I had truly been waiting for. Main quest: survive until the end of the infiltration event. Reward: 1,000 achievement points. Failure penalty: death. Main quest: stop the ultras. Reward: 3,000 achievement points. Failure penalty: death plus the death of all main characters. Huh? Not just one, but two main quests. And why the hell did both penalties result in my death? I let out an exasperated sigh as I recalled which event this was. Now that I think about it, this is where the original Fry Starlight dies in the story. We had already reached this point. After assassinating the princess, Fry Starlight had become an Ultra's agent within the temple. Eventually, the infiltration event would erupt, igniting a massive battle between both factions. And in the end, Fry would be killed by Snow. At that moment, he would have been seconds away from violating Ceres Moonlight, who had been unable to defeat him after his unprecedented power boost. Snow would save her, and from there, their bond would deepen. That was the original setup. A setup that was now completely meaningless, because I was here. All right, let's do this. I opened a blank document and started mapping out my next moves. First, why am I here? To win the Victoriad. That would be my ultimate goal. Everything else was secondary. To win the Victoriad, what must I do? Defeat Snow Lionheart. To achieve that, I needed to prepare myself. My current plan was to obtain at least 4 skills to stand a fighting chance. Phantom Step and Hawk's Eye, to counter his Void Step and match his overwhelming speed. But that alone wouldn't be enough. Which brought me to the third skill I had been targeting for a while now. One of the biggest reasons I had pursued anti-magic resistance. After all, the owner of this skill was none other than Kai Locke, the Grand Mage of the Temple and the mastermind behind everything that was about to unfold. An S-rank skill, Ascension. I had to obtain it no matter what. A grin tugged at my lips. All I needed to do was deal with Kylock. And after that, I wouldn't even need to participate in this event. I would simply wait for the end. Originally, Fry Starlight was the leader of the student assassins. Now that things had changed, that role would either fall to another elite student or someone from Class Abyss. Either way, the internal conflict between students would drag on for at least another week. I just needed to lay low and focus on preparing for the final battle. Yes, that was the best course of action. This time, Fry Starlight wouldn't die. Step 1. Acquire 1,200 more achievement points. Satisfied, I finalized my plans and went to sleep, excitement thrumming through my veins. Unfortunately, plans don't always go as expected. The next morning, I woke up early as usual and made my way to the new dueling arena. Despite the chaos consuming the temple, the elite class had remained largely unaffected. All other classes had been temporarily suspended for investigation. After all, it was almost certain that more contractors were hidden among the students. But since the elite class wasn't under suspicion, I used the opportunity to stick to my routine. Upon entering the new training hall, I found Snow and Dawn already there. Do these two ever sleep? After a brief greeting, I grabbed a training dummy and began warming up. Barely a few minutes had passed when someone approached me. It was Dawn. "Hey, Fry, how about a spar?" Of course. Since I started training here, we had dueled dozens of times. Gripping my sword firmly, I raised it toward Dawn. "Let's make this a duel of swordsmanship only." Dawn frowned. "You want to rely solely on swordsmanship?" I nodded. Dawn had never truly understood my reasoning. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he surpassed even Snow, though that wouldn't last for long. Under these conditions, my defeat was inevitable. But that didn't matter. The duel began, and Dawn lunged toward me. I remained still, watching him intently. Then I activated Hawk's Eye. Time slowed. My vision expanded, granting me a full view of the entire arena. Snow stood at the sidelines, observing. Dawn approached from the front. I focused on his sword, murmuring, "A strike from the right." As expected, the attack came from the right. I blocked it with my blade. A feint from the left, then a downward slash. Again, it played out exactly as I had foreseen. I was predicting his movements before they even happened. After countless battles against him, I had begun to understand his fighting style. Bit by bit, I was progressing. Shadow Adaptation, 07. Slowly but steadily, I was working my way toward completing the first stage of Shadow Adaptation. But it was still too soon. Though I could anticipate his strikes at first, Dawn's speed gradually increased. His attacks came from trickier angles. I managed to hold my ground for a while, but eventually, I abandoned the idea of reading his style altogether, and simply fought my own way. After 10 minutes of relentless exchanges, my sword was finally knocked from my grip. Dawn's blade rested against my throat. I let out a breath, raising my hands in surrender. I lost. Dawn smiled. "Thanks for the duel." Just then, Snow approached. "Why did you choose to fight using only swordsmanship?" You knew Dawn had the advantage in that aspect. Retrieving my sword from where it had landed, I responded casually, "I know, but every time I face him, I feel myself improving. Because he's already above me." Snow smirked at my answer. "In that case, how about a sword duel against me?" I lifted my sword, turning to face him.
No.
"Since it's you, fight me with everything you've got." I figured you'd say that. We charged at each other. As our swords clashed, sending shockwaves through the air, we both grinned. "We should hold back. I don't want to destroy this place again." Our blades collided at an incredible speed, yet we continued our conversation with ease. "Why worry? They can rebuild it if that happens." Snow took several steps back, a troubled look crossing his face. "What are you saying? I barely got away with it last time because of the student council president. If I destroy the place again, they'll make me pay for it." He stomped the ground and lunged at me. "And as you can see, I don't have any money." I chuckled at his complaint. "Don't worry. I'm the spoiled son of the Starlight family, though my status within it isn't exactly great. We fought freely, neither of us managing to overpower the other while restraining ourselves. Still, I didn't mind. As long as I improved my swordsmanship and advanced in shadow adaptation, I was satisfied. After the duel, taking a short break, we stood side by side. Dawn spoke first. It seems like the temple is going through difficult times. Snow nodded. Yeah, many students have died. A moment of silence followed before Snow turned to me. Fry, you're from one of the major families, so you might know more than us. Tell me. He hesitated for a second, but in that brief moment, a suffocating killing intent radiated from him, making me tense up. I heard traces of demonic energy were found in the bodies of the culprits. Is that true? Hearing his question, I grew serious. I knew how much Snow hated demons and those who made contracts with them. After all, demons were responsible for his parents' deaths and the destruction of the orphanage he once called home. Snow was the hero I had created, an extension of myself. That's why I didn't want to lie to him. I nodded. It's true. Somehow, they acquired contracts with demons. After confirming his suspicions, Snow nodded coldly. I see. Thanks for being honest with me. Without another word, he returned to training, his aura fluctuating violently. Dawn and I continued our own training separately, but the atmosphere had grown cold. Not just because of Snow's reaction, but because of her. Ceres Moonlight. She hadn't abandoned sword training, it seemed. I spotted her practicing alone. Fortunately, I could now suppress the old phrase instincts with ease, so I wasn't concerned about her approaching me. Even so, I still preferred to keep my distance. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman my foolish mind could imagine, yet I couldn't feel at ease around her, especially knowing her past. 6 a.m., time for class. I stopped training, heading off to shower and prepare for the day. So did the others, except Snow. After returning my practice sword, I made my way out, and that's when Ceres blocked my path. Here we go. Standing before her, I kept my expression neutral. Do you need something? She shook her head.
No.
I just wanted to thank you for saving our class during the last test. I frowned. She's thanking me? That's not like her. Deciding to play along, I replied indifferently, no need to thank me. I did it for my own benefit. I don't deserve your gratitude. I see. She nodded, her expression unreadable as always. Silence followed. Assuming the conversation was over, I stepped past her. But just as I walked by, she spoke again. Fry, are you okay? Her words made me pause. What? I turned to face her. Have you been experiencing insomnia? Losing your temper? Feeling like you're not in control of your emotions? So that's what this was about. Without a care, I continued walking, dismissing her concerns. I'm fine. Stop asking strange questions. It doesn't suit you. Once I was out of earshot, I cursed. She's suspicious of me. Classes went on as usual, except for the gloom hanging in the air. It was especially noticeable with Sophia. Hours passed, lesson after lesson. As always, I sat alone in Professor Fleming's class. But I frowned when I noticed someone else staring at me. Now what? It was Sansa. She wasn't the only one. Even some professors shot me occasional glances. Amid this suffocating atmosphere, I wanted to leave as soon as possible. And sure enough, as soon as class ended, Sansa approached me. Before she could speak, I beat her to it. What's the matter? Caught off guard by my irritated reaction, she hesitated for a moment before asking the question she had in mind. Nothing. I just wanted to check if you've been doing okay lately. I clicked my tongue, just as I expected. You too, huh? She raised an eyebrow. Me too. Shaking my head, I turned away. I'm fine. Don't waste your time worrying about me. As I walked out, a bitter laugh escaped me. How naive. This was the moment where Fry Starlight was supposed to die. There was no way I'd escape my fate that easily. Realizing the absurdity of my situation, I scoffed at myself. Now that I think about it, Saris was the one who exposed Fry in the first iteration. If I pieced everything together, I fit the exact profile of a demonic contract holder. A complete shift in personality. A sudden surge in power. A missing year with no clear records of my whereabouts. And to top it all off, the element of darkness. If people kept suspecting me, certain factions would seize the opportunity to either eliminate me or force me out of the elite class. I clenched my fists at the thought. If that happened, I'd lose my chance to participate in the Victoriad. Everything would go up in smoke. Taking a deep breath, I muttered to myself, "Looks like I have no choice but to step in early." I needed to crush these suspicions before they spiraled out of control. And to do that, I had to find the real contract holders. What a hassle! With my plans for the day utterly ruined, I made my way back to my room. Chapter 59. The Holy Church, 1. Belgrade, the imperial capital, the Emperor's Palace. The Grand Hall was filled with tension as representatives from the Empire's most powerful factions convened, summoned in response to the recent upheavals shaking the Empire's foundations. The betrayal that had ignited the wrath of the noble houses and great guilds had been swiftly met with retribution. Yet, despite the Empire's decisive response, the Ultras had managed to strike at one of the most secure locations in existence, the temple itself. In this escalating Cold War, the Empire had retaliated, dispatching dozens of assassins from the feared Shadow Tribunal. Now, before the imperial dais where Emperor Mikar sat, flanked by the heads of the great houses and the leaders of the guilds, stood Mist Umbra, the Empire's deadliest assassin. The news he delivered sent a ripple of shock through the chamber. 71 assassins, all ranked B-class and higher, had been sent to the Ultras continent. Not a single one had returned. In fact, contact had been lost the moment they crossed the Demon Sea. Emperor Mikar exhaled slowly. Lately, he had heard nothing but bad news. And it only continued. As Mist stepped back, two new figures stepped forward. Leonidas Starlight and Iris Sunlight. Their expressions were grim, and the reports they carried were identical. In both the eastern and southern Nightmare lands, something was changing. Nightmare beasts were behaving erratically, launching relentless and unprecedented assaults along the Empire's borders. The frequency and intensity of these attacks had increased dramatically, posing a grave threat to the front lines. What unnerved the border sentinels most, however, was the impossible unity among the creatures. Nightmare beasts that were naturally hostile to one another had begun attacking side by side, as if driven by a single will. This unnatural coordination made them exponentially harder to repel. Leonidas' face darkened. "We've managed to hold the lines so far, since no high-tier creatures have appeared. But with each attack they grow stronger. And if the fog, or one of the Nightmare Lords emerges," his expression grew even heavier, "then I can't guarantee the borders will hold." His words weighed on the room like lead. Yet it was Iris who, as always, had the boldness to say what others merely thought. The embers in his beard crackled softly, but his usual playful smirk was nowhere to be seen. Instead, his gaze was sharp, his tone direct. "Let's stop pretending, Leonidas. The beast rampages, the endless raids, the temple incident, and the infiltration of the imperial palace itself. Are we truly supposed to believe this is all just a coincidence?" A dry chuckle escaped him. "Even a child wouldn't fall for that." Mikar's brows furrowed. "Are you suggesting the Ultras have somehow gained control over nightmare beasts?" "That's impossible." A deep voice interrupted him. "No, it's not." The chamber fell silent. All eyes turned toward the speaker, an aged yet imposing man, his long silver hair draping over broad shoulders, his eyes milky white, devoid of pupils. Bloodmater. The director of the temple stepped forward, accompanied by a short, white-aproned figure. The latter wasted no time. "I wouldn't go so far as to say they control them," he said, "but they've certainly found a way to manipulate them, inciting their rage, triggering these attacks." Bloodmater gave a firm nod. "He's right. I can confirm it. The short man wasn't just anyone. He was Ashal Eduardo, one of the greatest scientific minds of the era. His words carried weight, and Bloodmater's confirmation only deepened the gravity of the situation. Raising a device in his hand, Ashal activated a holographic display. A massive, nightmarish creature appeared. A grotesque fusion of serpent and lizard. A class, a nightmare beast, one of the deadliest entities to roam the nightmare lands. Ashal stroked his beard, rotating the image to display the beast's corpse from different angles. Thanks to Bloodmater, who infiltrated the eastern nightmare lands alone, we managed to recover this specimen. Now take a good look. Do you notice anything unusual? As the attendees examined the image, realization dawned. Mikar's gaze darkened. Those symbols. They're the same ones. Precisely. The image zoomed in, highlighting a sigil inscribed onto the creature's flesh, its design intricate and utterly alien. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the catastrophe hanging over our heads. Despite the ominous weight of his words, Ashal's fascination was evident. It's an evolved form of demonic contracts, a second-generation variant, if you will. His voice grew more animated. This tiny sigil is unlike anything I've ever seen. It can manipulate aura, alter physical structure, even influence emotions. Can you imagine the implications? So enthralled was he by his discovery that he failed to notice Bloodmater's massive hand reaching for him, until it smacked him back to reality. Enough with your rambling. Get to the point. Rubbing his aching back, Ashal grumbled. You brute. My words should be recorded for future generations. Seeing the murmurs spreading through the chamber, he relented. Raising his hands in surrender, he delivered the core truth. These sigils weren't made by humans. They're the work of demons, high-ranking ones. That explains the sudden surge in power we've seen in certain individuals. Of course, that power comes at a price. A silence stretched across the chamber. And if demons can empower humans, his voice dropped slightly, then there's no reason they couldn't do the same to nightmare beasts. That would explain their berserk behavior. After all, demons and nightmare creatures came from the same place, the gates. Bloodmater's voice rumbled through the hall. You all understand what this means, don't you? A grim hush fell over the chamber. Expressions varied. Some stunned, others deeply troubled. But Mikar simply lowered his head in thought. Elsewhere, within the Starlight family's reserved seating, two women sat side by side. We're in serious trouble, aren't we? Ada's innocent question drew a heavy sigh from Carmen. You don't get it, Ada. This isn't just bad. This is the absolute worst-case scenario. Ada glanced at her, puzzled. Carmen rarely sounded this agitated. In truth, her frustration wasn't just about the dire situation, but because smoking was prohibited inside the royal hall. Needing a distraction, she spoke more than usual. This meeting is a nightmare for Mikar. Let me give you a simple geography lesson. Without waiting for a response, she continued. The Empire sits dead center in the world, surrounded by the nightmare lands, the Demon Sea, and the Ultras continent. If the Ultras were our only enemy, we could focus on a single front. But no. Ada wasn't oblivious, she understood. But Carmen wasn't done. If they've truly gained influence over the nightmare beasts, then this is the end. Attacks will come from all sides, north, south, east, west. Nightmare creatures, millions of them. Some had no known way of being dealt with. Can you even comprehend the scale of this catastrophe? And that's without mentioning the Ultras. Not to mention the Four Lords, now led by a high-ranking demon. As the harsh truth sank in, Ada's expression darkened further and further, until, finally, she let out a small, uneasy smile. So, we're screwed, aren't we? Screwed, Carmen scoffed. This isn't even the real disaster. She exhaled sharply. Forget the siege we're under. Even inside the Empire, safety is an illusion. It's not just black and white, Ada, there's gray too. I'm talking about the traitors. Her lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Simply put, inside and out. Her tone turned sharp, almost mocking. We've been screwed from every direction. Ada remained silent as Carmen continued, voice laced with amusement. We're like a bitch who suddenly found herself surrounded by dozens of ravenous goblins, all eager to violate her. Ada pretended not to hear that last remark. Instead, she asked in an even tone, "Then what's the solution?" At that, Carmen paused. She leaned back, draping an arm over the chair, eyes drifting toward the ceiling in thought. Then, after a moment, she lifted a hand and pointed toward Emperor Mikar. Ada blinked. The Emperor? That's right. Carmen's fingers clenched into a tight fist. There's only one solution to this mess. Her voice was steady. Total war. We strike first. We hit them with everything we have before they even have the chance to retaliate. She leaned forward, eyes gleaming. It's our only choice. She spoke as if it were a simple thing. But Ada knew better. Total war. It was easy to say. But war was the worst possible decision. War wasn't just armies clashing on battlefields. War consumed everything. Money, food, resources, lives, both civilian and military. And worst of all, they didn't even know if they could win. For the first time, Ada felt the crushing weight of the responsibility on Emperor Mikar's shoulders. Some, like Iris and Bloodmater, demanded war. Others vehemently opposed it. "And what about you, Miss Carmen?" Ada finally asked. Carmen snorted. "Me? I'm all for war." Ada frowned. "Why?" "Because the timing is perfect." Carmen crossed her arms, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "The Ultra's 4 lords may still be alive, but their leader? He's already dead." Ada immediately understood who she meant. The human demon, Dragoth. Carmen nodded. "Your father, Abraham Starlight, killed him years ago. He lost his life in the process. But taking Dragoth down was a devastating blow to them." Her eyes narrowed. "Even if a high-ranking demon has taken his place, I doubt he's worse than Dragoth." She sighed. "In the end, though, the decision rests in one man's hands." Chapter 60. The Holy Church, 2. Seated upon his throne, Emperor Mikar was lost in thought. He was the 4th emperor, the direct descendant of the hero who had sealed the gate centuries ago. And yet, despite his lineage, he was on the verge of becoming the worst ruler in history. He had already lost his wife, and nearly lost his daughter. How could he protect an empire when he couldn't even protect his own family? Declaring war was easy, but the consequences, if he followed through, he would be dragging his generation and the next into a conflict with no guarantee of victory. Even with the empire teetering on the edge of disaster, he couldn't bring himself to make the final decision. Then, the air tensed. A surge of powerful auras approached from the distance. And in that moment, a calm, chilling voice echoed through the chamber. "Everything has slipped from your grasp, Mikar." A large group entered, led by 3 elderly figures, each with vastly different builds. The one in the center wore a pristine white robe, his beard and hair as pale as fresh snow. His aged features exuded a false serenity, completely at odds with his true nature. Behind them followed a procession of men and women, all clad in white. Carmen let out a low whistle. "Oh, looks like they've come out in full force." A chuckle slipped from her lips. For centuries, the empire had been ruled by 2 major powers, the imperial family and the 4 great houses. But the second power, the church. Mikar's expression darkened. For the first time in decades, all 3 high bishops had arrived together. At the forefront, Joseph Blatter, an SS-class awakened, known as the Apostle of the Gods. To his right, a towering old man with a scarred, muscular frame. His right eye was missing, replaced by a deep, jagged wound. Ramiel Callistes, High Bishop of the Church, Envoy of the Lords of Chaos. SS-class. And to the left, a figure cloaked in solid black, hood drawn low over his face. Michael Platini, High Bishop of the Church, leader of the Execution Division. SS-class. The Church rarely involved itself in political affairs. But today, things were different. Mikar's voice was cold. Bladder, what is the meaning of this? But against his glare, Bladder remained utterly composed. That should be my question, Mikar. His voice carried a strange, soothing cadence, one that made people instinctively lower their guard. Look at the Empire State. We let you rule as you pleased because you were the descendant of the hero, the one chosen by the gods themselves. His tone softened. But tell me, Mikar, where has that led us? A pause. Then, it has led us to our ruin. Mikar's expression twisted. Lightning crackled around him as he shattered his throne, appearing before Bladder in a flash. So that's why you came here, old man? Bladder only chuckled. Then, lifting his hands, look around you, Mikar. His voice was almost gentle. Tell me, what do you see? At that moment, the very earth trembled as a massive crowd advanced toward the palace. Their voices, which had been eerily silent just moments before, suddenly erupted in unison, as if they had been forcibly muted and then unleashed all at once. No one understood how they had arrived so suddenly. But now, the grand imperial palace was surrounded by tens of thousands of people, and they all chanted with a single voice, "Enact the will of the Lord." Reality was relentless in its cruelty toward Emperor Mikar, as misfortunes continued to rain upon him. Ignoring Mikar entirely, Bladder strode forward, cutting a path straight to the center of the royal hall. Some of the royal guards, led by their commander, Oliver Khan, prepared to intervene. Khan himself was poised to strike, but the combined oppressive force of both Ramiel Kalestis and Michael Platini halted him in his tracks. "Stand down, Khan. Do not make a move now." Khan heard Mikar's voice echo inside his mind. As an SS rank awakened, Oliver Khan was in no way inferior to his adversaries, but Mikar understood all too well. Any action taken now would be disastrous. "My lord, this is a blatant violation of your sovereignty. Khan, do not make me repeat myself." Reluctantly, Khan withdrew, though his expression remained rigid with suppressed fury. "As you command." From the moment he entered, Bladder had not so much as glanced at the unfolding events around him. He merely stood there, bathed in a holy light. "A good performance is about to begin," Carmen murmured under her breath. And as if in response to her anticipation, Bladier extended his arms wide. "O faithful servants of the Lord of Light, behold what we have become." His words resonated throughout the grand hall and beyond, carrying even to those outside the palace walls. "We have arrived at this dire moment because the people strayed from the will of the Lord. They drowned in their own desires, forsaking the sacred commandments and the legacy of our ancestors. 300 years ago, the great hero, Casus Valerian, took up his sacred sword and led all of humanity to a glorious victory." Watching from above, Carmen couldn't help but smirk. He certainly loves theatrics. The radiance surrounding Bladder intensified. "After we claimed our triumph, when our champions sealed the gates and we should have drawn closer than ever to the Lord of Light, instead heretics arose. They abandoned their faith and turned away. Death to the heretics!" The voices of tens of thousands roared as one, shaking the very foundations of the city. "Death to the heretics! Death to the heretics!" Their chant was a singular, deafening wave of devotion. Yet they fell into complete silence at a mere gesture from Bladder. His control over the masses was absolute. Mikar felt a storm raging within him. "Bladder, where exactly are you going with this? What is it that you want?" "What do I want?" Bladder responded with a question of his own. "My will is the will of the Lord, the will of the Lord of Light." Then, he raised his hand and proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "And the Lord wills war. War. Va." The sky itself seemed to tremble as the people erupted into frenzied cries. "Would you look at that?" Carmen chuckled. As the chants echoed, the church choir began to sing, and soon, radiant halos materialized behind them. Then, emerging from the light, came celestial beings with 8 wings spread wide. "An angel!" Someone shouted, and the fervor of the crowd intensified. The Lord of Light answers our call. Amid the madness, Mikar's expression darkened further. At that moment, Bladder raised his hand and pointed directly at him. We shall revive the legend of the one sword. The Lord declares that war is the answer. From this day forth, we will begin preparations for battle. And to do so, we need the new one sword, the hero who will lead the coming war. That is why I demand this of you, Mikar Vailryan. Hand over the sacred sword, Vermithor, and devote your heart to serving the Lord of Light. Mikar could no longer contain his fury. A deafening thunderclap shook the heavens as a destructive bolt of lightning tore through the palace, shattering its very foundations. The raw power of an SS Plus awakened erupted forth. Bladder, the sacred sword Vermithor, is the symbol of House Vailryan. And now, you demand I simply surrender it to you. The pressure in the air grew heavier with every word, but Bladder remained unfazed. A symbol of your house? Don't make me laugh. Holy radiance engulfed the hall as Mikar found himself completely surrounded by both the forces of the church and the countless zealots gathered outside. The sacred sword Vermithor is a divine gift from the Lord of Light, a beacon meant to be wielded by the chosen hero, the one who will deliver this world from darkness. It was never yours to claim. Mikar felt himself sinking. Any move he made now would turn the tide against him. From this moment forward, no matter how long it takes, we shall prepare for total war against the demon worshippers. Whether it takes a day, a month, or a year, this war will not cease, for the Lord stands with us. We will cleanse this land. Until the chosen hero arises, we shall continue our preparations. We shall not waver. We shall not falter. We shall fight until every last heretic is purged. This is the will of the Lord of Light. The will of the Lord. The will of the Lord. The will of the Lord. Amidst the frenzy, from the ruins of the imperial palace, the beginning of a war was declared. A war that would rage for years to come. A war that would engulf entire generations. A war whose consequences no one could yet fathom. Far from the madness, within a secluded temple, a young man spent his days indifferent to the chaos unfolding beyond. His only concern was finding a way back to his world and clearing the suspicions surrounding him.